Yeah, I think everything is fine. Yep. Okay, cool. We're back. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
All right, hello everyone and welcome here to beautiful Bungie HQ in scenic Bellevue, Washington. My name's Andy and I'm gonna be your host today, and today we have the distinct opportunity to go ahead and show off some brand new stuff
Is everything
coming
all right?
in Destiny 2 Into the Light. But fret not, I won't be the only one going
Yeah,
ahead
it
and tell
is.
you about it. I'm
I'm actually
joined by
make-
3 members of the Destiny development team who we'll go ahead and introduce here right away. Starting directly to my left, Mr. Tom Farnsworth, how are you doing today?
Me
Great,
too,
thank you,
like
Andy.
this.
I am doing great. I had coffee,
Yeah.
breakfast on the way here. I'm a little ready to go.
Yeah.
Excited to share all the great work the team has done
Yeah.
the past many months. And just for context about me,
Yeah.
I'm the creative lead on Into the Light, and I'll be here with you the next few weeks to talk about it.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, we've got a lot of fun stuff in store. And of course, we're joined by senior narrative designer, Mr. Jerome Viernich. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great. Also had coffee
Nice.
on the highway while screaming at passing cars.
Quite a drive in as well. And for the folks at home who may not know you as well as we've had the opportunity to learn about you over the past couple days, who are you and what do you do here at Bungie?
I am a senior narrative designer, which
Nothing.
means if you hear a character say it, or if you read it on screen, one of us typed it into a tiny little box
Exciting.
at some point months before.
Hanging out with Excel lots these days? or-
Absolutely.
There it is,
Tiny
yeah.
words, tiny boxes. That's me.
It's an important tool, obviously.
Absolutely.
And of course, last but very not least, one of the most deadly I've ever seen to rock the thumbsticks, especially in these past couple days, the one and only Mr. Noah Lee, activity designer here on Destiny 2.
Hey everyone, my name is Noah Lee. I'm an activity designer on Destiny 2 Into the Light. And I have the distinct pleasure of introducing us to Onslaught so we can see all the really cool things that we have in store. I'm a longtime player. I've been playing since Destiny 1, and as a player turned dev, I'm excited to show off all the stuff we have planned. I'm just so excited to see what's
Awesome. Well, hey, welcome. You guys, thank you so much for taking time to join us. To everyone in chat, I see a lot of activity in there as well. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today as well. But yes, today we're going to go ahead and kick things off by looking at Onslaught, which is a brand new activity coming in Destiny 2
Onslaught.
Into the Light. For those of you out there that are Twit enjoyers that have had a chance to go ahead and see what we've been posting the last week, we went ahead and released some key art last week that is now up on screen. You can see here, there's a lot going on here. So let's go ahead and just start. Tom, can you tell us a little bit about what Onslaught is?
Yeah, so Onslaught is a new 3-player activity that's kind of the core of Into the Light. It's available to all players.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see in this key art, like this is a kind of aspirational view of what Onslaught is in game.
Yeah.
It's a new wave defense activity. It takes inspiration from a lot of modes we've looked at, like in other games and our games.
Yeah.
Throughout our kind of history, and you can see here you're in the last city.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited that our players are going to be able to, like, the Guardians are going to be able to hop into this space and defend the last city and eventually take the fight to the Witnesses forces here. And you can kind of see you got our 3 Guardians. They're kind of ringed in defenses.
Yeah.
You also got like the pyramids in the sky.
Right, yeah.
And there's even some like kind of pyramid terraforming going on in the background
In
there.
the city itself too, yeah.
Yeah,
and they are at our
the city,
doorstep.
and there's a few other locations too, but maybe we'll talk about later.
Talk about that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
So also too, Jerome, this is not the first time obviously we've ever had to go ahead and defend ourselves on our own turf, but never quite like this before. Our heels are dug in. We're in the last city right now. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on here?
Absolutely. So for the past several seasons, the forces of the Witness have been closing their vice grip around the Sol system. The Witness is inside the Traveler doing nefarious deeds, enacting the final shape.
Right.
Time is on its side.
Yeah.
We have worked with ancient magics, esoteric rituals, bargaining with our old foes in order to send someone through the portal and establish a bridge, and we chose Crow.
Yeah.
Now, until he makes contact with us, we are back at home sharpening our knives.
Yeah.
Now, the Witness, of course, will do everything that it can to keep us on this side of the portal,
Understandable.
which means unleashing every bit of its resources, every part of its power against us to keep us pinned in
Yeah.
the last city. So this is about breaking out and discovering new power,
Yeah.
right? Sharpening ourselves,
Yeah.
finalizing our builds, and getting some new toys so that we can face down the Witness.
That's right. And we're also getting some help from a tried and true sharpener of Guardians as well. Shaxx is going to be helping us out as well, right?
Absolutely. Where some see calamity, Shaxx sees opportunity.
Yeah.
And he is going to be opening up his arsenal for us to enjoy. I think we'll hear about that next week, right?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, he'll be your vendor, and I'm really excited for players to hear from him.
Awesome. As someone who spends a lot of time in the Crucible, it's always good to spend more time with Shaxx. Inspirational, to say the least.
Absolutely, at high volume.
Yeah, honestly, that's the best part of him. You just throw more grenades.
Oh.
Reminder to everyone.
Never go wrong.
May it be a hint to us all. And of course, Noah, there's a lot also too going on here. I see turrets, I see other activity defenses. Obviously, we're going to jump into some gameplay here, but before we do, can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to see when we dive in to play some Onslaught here live in just a bit?
Yeah, of course. So something that's really cool about Onslaught compared to a lot of our activities in Destiny is, like Tom said, it's not an offensive, it's a defensive. Our goal is to defend the ADU, or Advanced Defense Unit, which allows us to build our defenses like turrets, tripwires, decoys, and the main goal is to make sure that that thing stays up for all of your waves that you're fighting in.
Yeah.
And if that goes down at any point, regardless if you're on playlist, normal, or on legend difficulty, your game will end. So the main goal is to keep your defenses safe, build them up, upgrade them, and try to get as far as you can.
Yeah, legend difficulty. Interesting. Already dropping some hints. I like what I'm hearing.
You know, I had to do it. And another thing, just really quickly,
Yeah,
is we
please.
had a lot of learnings from some of our activities in the seasons, like deep dives and the coil, where we know players like when we escalate difficulty over time.
Yeah.
So that's a key feature of Onslaught. You go from wave 1 to wave 50, each 10 escalating in difficulty, as we're going to see in gameplay. And that serves a really cool opportunity for players to test their builds and,
Yeah.
you know, the waves of enemies that we're fighting against are the whetstone by which
Bum bum bum.
Excellent. Yes, build crafters, you're on notice. Be prepared for what's to come. All right, well, I say there's no time like the present. We are seeing a lot of requests in chat for gameplay. I think we can go ahead and dive on in.
the throne world.
Noah, would you mind returning to your throne world briefly to go ahead and kick things off here?
My tithes.
Obviously, yeah, we got to get some tithes for the man himself. In the meantime, really quickly, obviously, with Onslaught being a brand new activity, we're going to kick things off in a very different way. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to see when we go ahead and start things off?
Yeah, you're going to see it in the gameplay here in just a second, but Onslaught is about kind of establishing a defensive kind of like beachhead in these contested territories where we're like trying to, you know, claw space back from the Witness.
Certainly.
And we're going to see it in Midtown here in a moment. And so players, you know, start off with you and two other maybe friends you've found that you play with all the time, or maybe
Yeah.
you matchmake you in with, and you're going to push forwards with Shaxx's Red Jacks that
Yeah.
you're going to see here. You'll establish a defensive area, you'll deploy the Advanced Defense Unit, and then you'll start placing defenses.
Yeah.
As Noah said, there's turrets, there's trip mines, there's
Yeah.
decoys.
Decoys.
Decoys is our favorite little sweepy
That's
bot.
right, yep.
And
Back to help once again.
and you can upgrade those too. Like
Yeah.
the way the activity works is you defeat enemies to collect scrap,
Yeah.
which is our currency, and then you can spend that to deploy these defenses. And you're gonna have to be kind of selective. Like each of these defensive locations can move around throughout the activity.
Right, yeah.
And here we go.
Awesome.
We already
This
got
is
some
gameplay
action
already.
here.
Yes.
So we're over here trying to create a foothold for our ADU, supported by Shaxx's lovely Red Jacks. You know, we know and love them.
yeah.
And as soon as we've cleared out the Elixni that are here, or the Fallen, our ADU's here. As we see, we got some batteries in tow, and this begins our first really interesting part of this activity, which is our purchase phase. Killing enemies will grant you scrap, like we see in the top left, and we have 30 seconds to pick one of a suite of upgrades. We have tripwires that you can buy for 1,000, decoy, which is our lovely sweeper bot here, and turrets. I know people are very curious about turrets, so I'm just going to buy this first.
There we go.
But we have our lovely guests, Clayton and Ashley, who have helped create this activity in our playtest.
What is that?
With me, helping fill out the fire team, and they're building their defenses.
It's always best to have some solid teammates. And also, for the folks in chat noticing some weapons, go ahead and just go ahead and observe everything you can possibly see on screen. Oh, it's okay. We're going to have plenty of time to dig through those inventory screens. But in the meantime, yeah, chat is connecting some dots with the things they may have seen in the key art. But also, too, so Jerome, we're here obviously going ahead and doing this for a reason, right? The ADU is here for a purpose. Can you help us understand a little bit about the role that plays in the defense that we're mounting against the Witness?
Absolutely. When all of the Guardians and their allies enter the portal to face down the Witness, Earth will be essentially undefended.
Yeah.
So it's important that we establish solid defenses now and claw back as much territory as we can in advance of our assault. I also want to just point out, I know we're not going to be able to look at it, and we'll see the weapons next week,
Oh, yeah.
but we've got some beautiful new lore
Yeah.
on those weapons. And so any of those lore hounds, make
Yeah.
sure you check out those tabs.
Yeah, it's we will be only maybe looking at whatever happens to show up on the stream today, but yes, this is the Brave Arsenal, as it will be known. Players will get a chance to go ahead and be more intrinsically involved with this. We'll have more information on that in the coming weeks, but yeah, for those out there that are observing maybe some previous Guardian favorite weapons out there, worry not. You'll have lots of information to learn over the next coming weeks.
So yeah, I want to kind of get started on kind of what players have been seeing since we've been talking about
Please,
activity
yeah.
as a whole. As we're able to see, like, the ADU has a health over its head right here, and we have enemies in waves coming to try to defeat it. If you've been paying attention, we have high-value targets that are mini-bosses or elites called Saboteurs, which drop these repair batteries. And for other attempted players, we can see that there are champions involved. So, you know, bring your champion weapons. Make sure that you are well equipped for this. We have different waves and different augments like we're seeing on Wave 3
Yeah.
that demand your immediate attention.
Yep.
We know Destiny players like to run and gun, so we try to get you out of the space of the ADU sometimes so that you can kind of do those objectives to make sure that, oh yeah, I can explore Midtown and all these other spaces when we have the other maps that you
Yeah,
see.
Crucible enjoyers know this space pretty well. It'll be a chance for everyone to go ahead and check it out. But also, too, actually, no, thank you, Noah, for checking that out. Obviously, the pyramids have been busy in here helping to go ahead and mount this offensive.
Yeah, I think we have an eye for decoration.
Oh, the map.
Yeah, honestly, they're doing a great
the
job.
map
I gotta give them
changed.
credit. They keep it consistent. But Jerome, these are pyramid ships in our own backyard that are going to go ahead and just try and terraform the city. Or can you help us learn what's going on here?
Well, they don't have to do anything. I
Yeah.
mean, the Witness is doing what it wants to do, and if we don't
Yeah.
stop it, then it's game over.
Yeah.
So they really just need to keep us pinned. The Witness is inevitable. There's no way we could defeat every one of the Witness's soldiers.
Right.
There's no way we could, you know, fight them one by one.
We'll try.
We have to deal with the Witness head on.
Yeah.
Inside the Traveler.
Yeah.
And we'll do that soon.
So also, too, you know, obviously getting to go ahead and send players away from the ADU is pretty significant when it comes to accomplishing all of the tasks in front of you here in Onslaught. But Tom, can you tell us a little bit about the defenses as well? Like, I think we see some trip mines up already set and ready to go.
Yeah, you can see the horizontal beams. Those are trip mines. As you upgrade them, the colors will change. You'll be able to do more damage and kind of fire off more
Trip mines get more
charges.
charges.
Yep.
And they get more in size. If you upgrade it, you'll go from 1 trip mine to 2, as we see here, which is really nice. Tom, you keep going.
And then we've also got the turrets. Noah, if you could show off a turret in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Those as well. When you,
Oh, yeah.
you can upgrade those three levels as well. They change color. They deal more damage. They get more health.
Yeah.
Their fire rate increases, actually, also.
Yep. And then we've also got Sweepy Bot, who do also those decoys mostly just gain health and change color a little bit. But the idea here is, like, each of these defensive locations, we're going to kind of randomly pick
Yeah.
defenses for you to deploy, and it's up to you kind of to make the best choices and use your limited resources,
Yeah.
the scrap that you're collecting, to make the best choices there, because you're not going to have all the currency you need right off the bat to, like, you know,
Of course.
deploy everything and
Yeah.
upgrade everything. You're going to have to be like, no, we want this turret, or maybe it seems like enemies are coming more from this direction. Maybe we should have these trip mines.
Right, yeah. Let's focus our attention and abilities maybe in a different direction. Let the trip mines and turrets do some work in a different direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I want to bring up is we actually have a bonus objective going on right now.
Okay.
We have secondary objectives that occasionally appear in waves, and this one is just to complete the wave within a certain amount of time. And if you complete that while you're defending the ADU, you got to make sure that's alive. You'll actually get a reward, which is a heavy ammo crate that will refill your ammo. When you get higher up in the waves and you get more difficult enemies and like larger waves of stuff, like that is definitely something you're going to be trying to get.
Yeah.
And that kind of ties into the team coordination you can do. Like if you have a good team in the higher difficulties, you're going to need a little bit more coordination. You might need somebody to go out and do the augments and somebody to go out and do the critical objectives.
Yeah, and also too, so just to make sure, Tom, as well, this isn't the only ADU we're going to be defending in this activity. It moves around the map.
So, as Noah said earlier, there's 50 waves in
Yeah.
our challenge version of this activity.
Okay.
There's a playlist version, which is just one location. It's easy, quick, fun to hop into. You do 10 waves and you're done. And then there's the challenge version, which we're showing here. So there's 50 waves or 5 sets of 10 waves.
Yes.
Is how we like to talk about it. And with each of those sets of ways we move around the map between 3 different locations.
Okay, got it.
And so you'll start at one ADU, you'll defend it, you'll take the fight to the witness for a little bit, you'll come back, and then you'll build up defenses more, and then go fight a boss.
Yeah, which is what we're seeing as well right now. Like, we're on board a pyramid ship now, right?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite phases, where instead of defending the ADU, we take the fight to them, and as you see, we cultivate
That's
a
cool.
spark of light, and it's time to run it down, destroy the witnesses, lieutenants, and do a fun backflip. Let's hope I can pull that off.
Do the backflip.
It's important. If you don't do the backflip, chat's going to be very upset. I can already tell.
Very.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Here we go. Ooh! You make it look so easy, Noah.
Because I'm just good.
He is good. He's doing pretty well. I'm not going to
We're also on the first set of waves. So.
It's going to get a little spicier later. The
Yeah.
first few waves are they're kind of like the training wheels.
Right, yeah. Because you were saying, too, there's a 10-wave version of this and a 50, was it?
Yes, there's a 10-wave version
that's
called
right.
Onslaught Playlist.
Okay.
If you're in for, you want to be in for a short session, I think that's definitely the place for you.
This reminds me
Onslaught,
of
in our
Warframe.
experience from playtesting, is really easy to lose track of time and just kind of keep going. You can always be like, just one more wave, a few more sets, and then you're like, dang, it's been an hour. Like, it's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Noah, I got a question, if you don't mind. How do you decide whether to unlock new defenses or upgrade the ones you've already got?
So it really is a risk-reward thing. As we're seeing, like, when you upgrade defenses, they will exponentially increase in price, which means that you have to make a decision every purchase phase, like, do I want to save my money to potentially upgrade something down the line and also hope that that defense, lives long enough to be upgraded? Or am I just going to bite the bullet and buy something now that can help me immediately? My strategy usually is that in the first few waves, I will not buy anything to just save up for later, and usually my teammates will do something.
Yeah.
That's where communication comes in. If you just do that by yourself, I don't think your teammates will be very happy with you.
It's fair. As always, keeping the comms crisp is very important, especially as you get those higher difficulty levels. Because, we're just in the kind of the fledgling waves of this right now. But, when we were doing our playtest yesterday, things got crazy in a hurry. I hope we get to see some more of the craziness we saw yesterday. But I don't want to spoil anything for chat. Obviously, there's plenty to be discovered in this.
Something I neglected to mention, which we've been doing this whole time, is the ADU batteries will actually heal it, kind of similar to like Forges in the Black Armory from my real vets out there. And the ADU, the enemies are naturally compelled to come over here and attack it. They'll shoot it, they'll knife at it. But also, if there's any enemies that stay in the radius of the ADU, you'll see it'll turn red and damage will start to tick. So that's when you need to throw your ADU batteries in there and you'll get scrap for that. But if your ADU's full on health, you'll actually get 3 times the amount of scrap. So it's in your best interest to try to keep it as healthy as possible because you might be able to snowball your defenses.
Interesting. So especially if you're really pushing for those later levels and like the 40s and 50s, maybe it just behooves you to hold on for the levels or so, let your abilities and weapons do the talking for a little bit.
50s are no joke. Oh my God.
There we go. We got one of the bigger mobs on the way.
So yeah, here's one of our augments, just demolitionists. We get these huge ultras that come in and just they're beeline for the ADU.
Yeah.
Since we're on the first wave, they're not that difficult, but I promise you, wave 40, wave 50, these guys are tanky. They require a lot of attention.
We'll
And
give you some credit in making it look easy as well.
like I said, I'm just that guy.
He's been preparing for this moment. Also, too, actually, let's talk a little bit of build crafting. What are you running right now, Noah?
So I'm not treading new ground here. I'm a Night Stalker by heart. I got my Gerfalcons on. We actually, off screen, we're figuring out how it's pronounced. But Gerfalcons, everyone, so anyone who mispronounces it, that's how you say it. Doing that, I love Buried Bloodline. It's a great weapon from Warlord's Ruin. I love the Catalyst. And, I'm just doing that because we might see some Tormentors, who knows? And I like precision when we're doing that because, rockets aren't very effective against
See, over the past day or so, as we've been getting prepared for the stream, I'll admit my jealousy for Buried Bloodline has only been growing. I'm a big fan of Graviton Lance. We get along very well. But I got to say, the precision that you've been getting out of Buried Bloodline makes me upset that I haven't just gone ahead and buckled down and gotten the farming done to get that thing unlocked, honestly.
Yeah, great. So as we see, we are actually in the pyramid again for the boss. We're taking the fight back to the Witness's forces. And this brings up a really interesting part of all of the boss phases where instead of having immune shields or immune phases, we have different augmentations that allow you to increase your effectiveness against the boss. So for example, this one is Augmentation Well. If you stand in these wells and defeat high value targets, you will actually deal increased damage to the boss for the rest of the fight. That's something because these are meant to be kind of like victory laps. Like you've survived against the ADU, it is time to just single-mindedly take down the boss.
Yeah. Interesting. Also, too, actually, really quickly, Tom. So I know we touched on there being 10 and 50 wave versions, but we got a question in chat from Tirkinator. Is it random matchmaking? Do you get to bring your own fire team in? Both?
So playlist is random matchmaking, or you can bring your fire team in.
Yeah.
And then I believe the challenge modes, of which there is a normal version and like a hard version, which goes up to GM. I believe that the normal version is match made. We can correct on socials maybe for the second one. I don't think it's match made, but I think everything supports Fire Team Finder.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, obviously. And honestly, too, it never hurts to bring in your own GM crew if you're pushing 50 waves.
No, we definitely want you to communicate in that activity on the upper end. Especially, you're going to have a much better time.
Yeah, honestly. Also, too, actually, while we're kind of on that subject, I remember something you mentioned earlier was, kind of one of the goals, I think, from a design standpoint you were mentioning was that it's kind of just easy to get lost in this activity. The combat sandbox that Destiny has, sometimes you just want to throw down and just test new builds, go crazy, and this is something that really seems to facilitate that.
You might even feel it on the stream here as we're going to go deeper and deeper here. Like we've defeated the first set now, we're on the second set. We're at a new defensive location you can see here that's near the river walk in here, and
We're gonna break the fourth wall. We're developers, so we were able to change it to our other faction. It's not always going to be Fallen. We have the Hive that were shown prominently in our poster art.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, for the more keen eyes at home, they may have noticed that behind the scenes, the faction has changed. So when Jerome mentioned it earlier, every single one of the armies at the Witness's behest is going to go ahead and be a part of this fight, potentially. Or which ones are they, rather? Or if you don't mind me asking, I should say, Jerome. This is your...
Yeah, we've got Fallen and
12
and
ways.
Hive are going to be pressing the last city, but the Taken are definitely active elsewhere.
Yeah.
They're sort of they're being marshaled for other purposes, which I won't.
Other elements of the
won't mention.
seasonal story are yet to be revealed. We'll let that obviously uncover itself as time
percolate.
goes on naturally. Yeah, there's plenty for the lore hounds out there to go ahead and discover. Jerome, when you're putting together a story like this, obviously kind of helping us realize what the Witness's mission is, like what was kind of some of your inspiration as you kind of looked at this activity and the opportunity it presented to the narrative team?
We always start with the characters, like the emotions of the characters, from their perspective, how they would see things, how they would react.
Certainly.
And so that's what made Shaxx a natural fit for this. It's such a gear-focused activity. It's so ferocious. We needed a voice that
he
matched
one-shot
that
that.
level of intensity.
Yeah.
And so that's where we came up with Shaxx.
Yeah, Shaxx is like the perfect hype man
Honestly.
for this, right?
It's so great when you get later in the rounds and he just kind of makes you feel like you can keep going.
I mean, that's his goal, right? The Crucible is not a forgiving place, and he's there bringing folks in every single day that he possibly can. So
He's been preparing us for this. That's what the Crucible is for.
No, and that's a great way to look at this. The Crucible is preparing, fighting other Guardians to sharpen ourselves to fight a war. And this is just fighting a war.
Yeah, honestly, this is what we've been sharpening ourselves for. This is that moment. Also, too, kind of in that theme, we got a question from Cozy Spartan in chat. Are there any other weapons that are coming back? As a quick reminder, this is the first of actually three streams as well. So next week we're going to be talking about that. So make sure and mark your calendar and tune in then. Today, this is just a taste of Onslaught and kind of a first look at what's to come in the brand new activity. Joining us with Destiny 2 Into the Light.
I'm out of money. I'm broke. No.
All out of scrap already?
Yes. I bought one thing. I spent it all on these two turrets, which have been performing pretty well, actually. I'm a person, I prefer to upgrade a few things because their effectiveness is much more heightened when you upgrade it. So I feel like if you all pool your resources to make a few traps really good, that might serve you well, but who knows? I know when you do Legendary and you're in GM, you're really gonna need those defenses to help you out because those enemies are powerful and they are focusing down your ADU unrelentingly.
Yeah. All right, so we've touched on there are 3 different defensive tools at our disposal between the turrets, the trip mines, and obviously the decoy sweetbot. And those are upgradable, if I remember correctly?
Yes.
Correct. Cool. How far do those go up? Like what level? Could it be 3? Awesome. And as I understand it too, there's a pretty steep progression as they go ahead and continue leveling up. That scrap really ends up being worth it.
They become more expensive, but yeah, they also it's not like a linear progression. It's more logarithmic. They kind of jump up in power.
Yeah.
But you got to keep them safe too, right? The enemies, like you might get an augmentation where like one of those big knights or big fallen captains comes in and just smashes them.
Yeah.
And so you definitely want to try to keep the space clear.
Yeah, a brig drops in from low
yeah,
orbit
yeah.
and just smashes it into bits.
Yeah.
It's been known to happen. Who knows?
Now, in that instance, if one of your defenses is destroyed, do you repurchase it at level 1?
Yes,
Yes, you
you
have to
lose that.
repurchase the level.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that's one of the things you have to watch out for with trip mines. You know, like I said, they have charges, and they will just, you know, they will go out on their own. But that's why they're so cheap. You're going to have to rebuy them once you run out of charges.
Yeah, and also I think I saw a question in chat. I missed the name, so apologies to whoever asked this. Is scrap individual or is it fire team wide?
So we've got an interesting way of doing it. So the fire team earns scrap together, but you each get to spend individually.
Oh, cool.
So you can't mess up your fire team mates by like overspending. You've got your own little stock, your own little wallet, purse of scrap to spend. So you can coordinate if you want, or you could just spend how you see fit to help the team.
Yeah.
In general, like anything you purchase is just going to help.
Yeah, as someone too, like in the past, I've played, you know, personally like a lot of wave-based defense games. There we go. When it comes to the upgrades, I imagine, like you were saying, it's pretty logarithmic. Is there a feeling of wanting to, instead of getting, you know, 3 level 1 turrets, get 1 level 3 turret, for example? Like, is that power gain kind of the one you want to be chasing if you're pushing those higher levels?
I think it's definitely valuable to do that as long as you can keep it safe.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes it might be better to spread out the
that's true.
the damage, but like a lot of that's going to vary, like which augments or which enemies are coming in.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to control that. You're just going to have to react. Like it might be, this might be an easy wave of just some thrall.
Yeah.
But it could be a bunch of exploder shanks too.
Yeah, we made sure
Tom,
to
who
do
would put a bunch of
diversity.
exploder shanks into a wave? Who on Earth would possibly be responsible for that?
You can blame Noah. You can blame me for drop pods. You can blame Noah.
I've done a lot.
Everyone who spoke
I
to their
did spikes
therapist about
and
Cabal drop
coil,
pods,
you
to go
know.
ahead and charge that directly to Tom. You can follow him on Twitter right now.
Oh no.
Yeah. Noah, Jerome, out of curiosity too, when it comes to kind of the seasonal story and where this fits in. So again, we're digging our heels in, fighting against the Witness, just sharpening ourselves. The next step pretty much is just to go ahead and hold out for as long as we can in preparation for that next battle, I'm assuming?
Absolutely.
You did it
We're
again.
waiting for
That's
Crow
funny.
to essentially build a bridge in concert with Mara, with help from Osiris and others. And
What the fuck?
so it's really, the universe is on Crow's shoulders.
Yeah.
And we couldn't imagine anyone better suited for the task.
Yeah.
Crow has come a long way in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves an opportunity to show what he can do.
Yeah.
And I think he'll come through for us.
Still has uttered one of my favorite lines. Yeah, we went ahead and chased him into the astral plane. Well, I just shot at him until he ran away, but your way's better. Like, he's earned his spot. He's ready to go, obviously. All right, Noah, where are we at? What are we looking at right now?
So right now we're looking at one of our waves. Like I was trying to say earlier, we actually have a wide diversity of waves. Like as we've seen with the Hive and the Fallen, that it's not just, you know, fighting acolytes and thralls every time. We have different compositions. So this is a wave full of exclusively ogres and cursed thrall. Cursed thrall are nice because it allows you to chunk the ogres if they're grouped up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're cursed thralls, and as we see, they are just booking it straight toward the ADU.
These ogres seem very dedicated to their task out of the gate, honestly. It seems like within a millisecond, they're just lighting up anything they can possibly see.
Yeah, I think they're really dedicated to the Witness, and you know, I think they're also kind of stupid. So they're just doing what they know.
I'm not brave enough to say that to an ogre's face, but I respect you for being able to do so.
So we're seeing another bonus objective here, actually, which is there are going to be pyramid splinters that spawn. That's a great. Now, where are they?
I think there's one up behind you, Noah.
Oh, right here. Look at that. And then if you keep following it, kind of leads you away from the space, and can't find my business.
There we go.
We're able to get heavy ammo, which I desperately need because my Berry Bloodline is out of ammo.
That's right, I never heard that.
So there's tension, right? When those splinters lead you away from the ADU, right? You need to kind of have split your attention in two directions.
Yeah, that's a thing that we were really wanting to index on. So for these critical, not critical objectives, for these augments, they kind of incentivize players to like leave the ADU and kind of have roles. As we see, we got splinter mines and you have guards that are guarding them. We have Clayton and Ashley doing that for me while I defend the ADU. And that kind of means that you have less people defending. Like the wave is still coming towards you, but there's things you have to do, and those distractions, which aren't really optional, are kind of what gives you that tension and kind of allows for interesting build crafting decisions. Like, that's something I kind of wanted to go into, something that excites me as
Yeah.
somebody who's kind of seen how our seasonal meta kind of develops with things like Strand Titan and Solar over and over.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing if interesting things come out of like Onslaught. You're not trying to stay alive yourself. You're trying to keep this ADU alive, which is a object completely separate from you. So like its stasis is going to be more useful. We're seeing Ashley use Arc. She's using Arc Souls, which has proven to be really useful against the Fallen. Like, is
Yeah.
Risk Runner going to be something people want to use? Or Trinity Ghoul or Sunshot? Oh,
We're gonna forget that happened. That's fine.
yeah.
So also too,
Every man
when,
for
when it
themselves.
comes to the build crafting element, I can probably imagine when you're doing the GM difficulties, like it's not just your own build you're worried about, but making sure you have that communication across to your team, across champion mods, across element types. Like there's probably a whole heck of a lot to actually make sure you're keeping track of throughout this
Yeah.
entire activity.
There's a lot going on in the activity from a moment perspective. We have a bunch of different wave types, augments, different squad compositions and different bosses as we're seeing, and augments there. So really, like, build is king. Like, you're still shooting bad guys, using your abilities, using space magic, but it's all a matter of like how you use it in each situation. Like maybe you want something more offensive when you're fighting a boss,
Yeah.
or bring in that spark and rift. But when you're in the ADU, you might want something that'll help you hunker down.
Actually, too, no, we're on that subject of augments. Something you mentioned yesterday I thought was pretty cool were boss augments as kind of the levels continued to progress.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about those?
So we just did an augment just now that had capture points spawn in the arena. Oh, we have one right here. And what that does is that calls in turrets that will eventually come and help us out. If we call both of them, they'll all activate, and that serves to kind of get some heat off of you,
Yeah.
and just overall kind of help. Like, these are level 3 turrets. You see them in blue. They're looking really nice and spiffy.
Yeah. And again, you were saying at level 3, the fire rate also increases?
Yes,
in the
fire rate, health, and damage increases
not
with
bad to
them.
have.
But they cost 6,000 scrap, so you're going to need to save up a lot.
Okay.
I think it's 12,000 scrap altogether for like going from level 1.
Can you just roll that leftover Shrieker Eye into some enemies, maybe just for the? Oh, it fell off.
Where'd it
Never
go?
mind. All right.
Go full.
Yep. No.
The void calls.
All right. So what level are we on now? Out of
was-
curiosity,
we're on
Was it
wave 20.
Was that 20? Okay, cool. Awesome. Man, this is going well, honestly. Yeah, I will say, especially after yesterday, we learned that Noah is one of the most dangerous to ever wield the 2 thumbsticks out there. To all the PvP streamers as well, go ahead and challenge him openly on the internet.
Hey, I go flawless. Check my KD.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought you were the gilded one.
Well, I don't want to brag, but as a 4 times gilded flawless, I mean, I'll let you guys brag for that.
Wow.
Hey, I'm a brag too. I got Riven's Bane back in Forsaken. Petrol's run, that was tough. All my Riven's Banes out there, we know what's up.
Oh.
And Shadows.
Yeah.
Y'all got it.
There's a chapter of everyone's dream journal dedicated to that particular time in their lives, obviously. Drop the Bungie ID, they're saying. Perhaps I'll leave that up to him. That is his.
Oh, I can do it. No, I'll do it. Check my rave report. Check my dungeon. Hey, I'm there, bro.
Noah is ready, honestly. He's prepared for this moment. Let's see here.
So new ADU, new location.
Yep.
Yes, well, that's something I neglected to mention. So every time you do a boss, you will actually change locations. And let me just buy something real quick so I have money. But the defenses you pick, like that you placed before in your previous locations, those will still be active. So that means that you building up your defenses over time, you obviously can't upgrade these since they're not at the location you're on, but they will help you when the waves get harder. So you having a level 3 turret or level 3 decoy somewhere, that will actually help you out, and you'll be able to take aggro from the waves. Like we see, hey, the turret right there doing damage to the knights. That it all kind of helps that feeling of feeling like you're the Vanguard and the last city, like you're helping to defend them. These emplacements are permanent and not just temporary.
Okay. You're really, really digging the trenches and setting yourself in. Okay, again, we'll put that on the list of things that chat didn't see. We get a veto. That's the one that everyone gets to forget. Sorry, chat, but that didn't just happen.
Everyone makes mistakes, man.
Also, too, actually, JR Bizzle in chat asks, are the rewards going to be tied to the wave you get to? Now, I know Noah kind of mentioned this a little bit when he was referencing the coil earlier, but obviously there's between the level 10, or pardon me, the 10 wave and the 50 wave versions, what's the reward story for each one?
So in all the activities, every time you beat 10 waves and you beat the boss, you'll get a chest. You'll
Okay.
get rewards.
So every 10 waves,
Yep.
you get, okay.
And then in the challenge mode, there's the normal and the hard version of those. In the normal version, you get a normal chest all the way until the last wave. You can beat the final wave.
Yeah.
You'll get double rewards.
Oh, okay.
And then if you play the hard mode,
Yeah.
you get additional rewards in all the waves.
Excellent. Okay.
And so like
Huh.
there's
Double
some little
rewards.
surprises there too. We might have along the way that
Yeah.
at the end as well. just if you're lucky.
Excellent. Yeah, for the ones that are really going to go ahead and try it a few times out, maybe there's an additional variable thrown in there from time to time. Excellent. Yeah. Also, too, actually, Kurt Jones, 29, asks, how do revives work in this activity, both between normal and legend?
So that's actually a great question. As we see now, there is not. Oh my good lord! Give me a second. Give me a second.
What a great time to think critically. The Tormentor on your doorstep.
I can answer that for Noah. Noah, take down the Tormentor. The way that revives work is like in the the first 2 sets,
Yeah.
darkness is off. But when we get to the 3rd set, we turn darkness on.
And
so
extinguish.
if you all go down, or the ADU goes down, the activity's over.
That's it. Okay. So you just take the rewards you got for the 2.
And in
bosses
Legend,
you got?
that's on by default.
Yeah, you don't lose any rewards. Every set you complete, you'll get rewards.
Yeah.
But if you're halfway through a set and you fail,
Yeah.
that's it.
That's it. Just take your lunchbox and go home.
Yeah, well, you can hop right back in the playlist. Or
That's
hop right back in with your friends and
Yeah.
try again.
Which is what I'm going to do, frankly, honestly. Like when this was getting developed behind the scenes here, and we were kind of getting a sense of what Into the Light was going to be, I got to tell you, like just the I don't know, the ability to just go ahead and keep diving back in, testing new builds. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has every single one of their loadout slots filled with some hyper-specific loadout that I'm deeply in love with in its own way. And so I feel like this is the exact right time to go ahead and just continue diving in and just, bolstering those loadouts to begin with the Brave Arsenal, which again, we'll be talking about next week, don't you worry. But also too, is just get a chance to go ahead and really see how they can thrive in environments just outside of, even as difficult as GMs can be. Find something that really pushes it beyond that standard level that we're used to.
Yeah, and you're going to need to be ready for a lot. We're trying to throw a lot of variety at you, right? There's
Yeah.
a few combatant factions that you're going to be facing in the Fallen Hive that can randomly be in there when you start the mission. There's the multiple defensive locations, and there's like the progression of the waves, there's augments, all these things are kind of working together in concert to like test your ability to coordinate as a team and in your build game too.
Excellent. Also, too, actually, Optimal Pickle in chat, wonderful name, I might add, is also curious. I know we just talked about scrap gathering, obviously, and how everyone kind of gets their own purse. Are you able to gift that scrap to other people, or you just get your own purse as a result of
You just get your own
Gift the
purse.
scrap,
Yeah.
but you can both, like if someone places something else, you could upgrade it.
Oh, okay,
You can coordinate.
got it.
Your spend.
They can drop to level 2, you can upgrade, or they can drop to level 1, you can upgrade it to level 2. Nice, very good. All right, that communication is going to be.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it simple and fast. Like we didn't want to have like. We did a lot of work to make sure it was as streamlined as it could be, because currency can get complicated if you're not careful about it.
In the heat of battle, honestly, yeah, it's like sweeper bot,
Nobody
whatever.
wants to open their wallet and be like, "You got a 5?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can you break 3,000 scrap? Is that?
I'm getting shot here.
That's right. Just a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost will help you out with that. Let's see.
We're getting up there in the waves, and they're getting a little bit more beefy.
Yeah, you guys are murdering your way through. This is going great.
Another thing I really appreciate about Onslaught, other than like the fact you can get lost in it, is like this is just going to be a great place to go.
Yeah.
And just like if you want to do bounties, if you want to do triumphs, you've got
Yeah.
things you want to level up, catalysts, like just like hop in Onslaught and chill. And
Yeah.
You'll be able to really tear through a lot of enemies and like.
Hear that, everyone? You can leave the opening gates of Grasp of Avarice, finally.
Or
dive on into
Shirochi, you don't
Onslaught
have
with
to
the rest
farm
of
there
us.
anymore. Don't have to input that wish.
Yeah, and some waves are really like hard, and other waves like if you've got a bunch of guys coming down a hallway, and you unload your supers, unload your ammo, and it feels awesome.
Yeah.
Really like have that peak power fantasy.
Yeah, it's also too you're getting some cred in chat for your ability to dispatch champions. I don't know why people are asking about a Bungie dev fighting champion mobs. I don't know if that's a reference to something, but you'll have to remind us in chat. I don't know if I recall that moment necessarily.
Oh, I know what they're talking about. I'm telling you, I'm that guy. I'll drop the Bungie app. I don't care, man. Check me out.
I believe you, honestly.
I envy that level of confidence.
Yeah,
I'd be dead.
I hide in the background. I have my name in game is just Andy, and I hide amongst the field of other Andys with all of our little hash numbers at the end of our name, honestly. Though if you see the one with the dead man's tail, you know that's me for certain.
Great weapon. One of my favorites, honestly.
It's so good.
It's so stylish.
It's just like my favorite gun in any video game ever, honestly. It's really, really good. Though then again, we get along pretty darn well. Okay, so we're back on the pyramid ship.
Yes,
Also
every 6 waves, actually, you're going to...
6, thank
well,
you.
on the 6th wave of each thing, so 6, 16, 26, 36, etc.
Okay.
You will take the fight to the witness and have a cool little encounter that's, it feels like an action movie. You and your team get to run down against waves of combatants, in this hallway, and then there's an invincible warden at the end, and the only way to dispatch him and move on is you have to dunk in the wrist.
palate cleanse.
Oh, and he
little,
pushed me.
little breather.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get all the waves.
Also, too, actually, Jerome, from a lore standpoint, from a mechanic standpoint, obviously this helps, make sure that we're pushing forward in the activity and we've got an appropriate challenge. But why are the Guardians able to go ahead and even head back into these pyramid ships to go
It
ahead?
took us a long time to gain that power.
Yeah.
And now it's sort of permeable. It can go both ways, right?
Yeah.
The Witnesses' forces are much more able to access our space, as we can see, right? They're in
Certainly.
the middle of Midtown. But we are also able to access their space more.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword, so
Yeah.
to speak.
They opened that door. Now they can't take
That's
it back.
right,
The
yeah.
Guardians are going to be in there emoting and meddling and having a grand old time. See? There we go. Let's go ahead and flex your raid emotes. Let's get it out of the way. I say that bitterly jealous because I don't have any of them. Took the wave 27 out. All right.
Ooh.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, this is starting to get spicy out here.
All right. Let's lock in, guys.
Sorry, we're just making it more theatrical.
Yeah, we totally aren't trying at all. It's super easy.
I just know I'm going to turn a corner and there's going to be the cursed thrall, like, right there. You see it.
Whoop.
Oh. All right.
I got alt tabbed a little bit.
Oh, I'll tab.
All tapped? Okay, all right.
technical
I was about to say,
difficulties
I was
Oh, I
gonna
got
say-
alt tabbed again.
I was like,
Does
as
that
it turns
building
out,
seeing
yep,
behind the
everyone,
screen?
Yep, also to
Wait.
for everyone's awareness.
Alt tab got
Oh. All right.
I got alt tabbed a little bit.
Oh, I'll tab.
All tapped? Okay, all right.
technical
I was about to say,
difficulties
I was
Oh, I got
gonna
alt
say-
tabbed again.
I was like,
Does
as it
that
turns
building
out,
seeing
yep,
behind the
everyone.
screen?
Yep. Also to
we
just
go.
for everyone's awareness too, we're here live in the dev environment. So what you're seeing is obviously a quick peek behind the scenes. But yeah, we're obviously working off of a dev build right now
Nice.
and doing the finisher appropriately on the thralls.
My favorite is the like quick draw gunslinger one.
Yeah.
Hunter, I actually just bought it. I was like, I need it.
The solar one that kind of does like
Yeah.
the twirl around his finger. Oh yeah.
I was like, I need that. So I'll give up anything.
I got it. I think it was it Guardian Games last year where you got the chair to go ahead and just send them flying at 1,000 miles an hour.
it's hard to beat the
Never
chair.
gets old. Yeah, absolutely never gets old.
Yeah, it's like Ashley and Clayton are just carrying me right now. They're going crazy.
I mean, it is their job to be good.
I mean,
They are
they've been
crushing
doing this
it,
for
yeah.
months. I mean, they don't really have the technically the world's first, but
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the
That's right. Yeah. in our hearts.
What?
no, it really that's going to be for players, right?
What the heck was that?
All of you to be able to hop in this again. Yeah, this is available for all players.
Yeah.
Which is also really exciting. It's kind of like a big gift from all of us here at Bungie to all of you out there, all of our guardians, our community.
Yeah.
So, yes, thank you. We're excited to be able to get you all buffed to take on the Witness.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not going to be easy. Obviously, just another
You have to work.
opportunity to equip everyone.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Something I wanted to mention, just to like get a little peek behind the curtain when it comes to our friend Sweeperbot here, is he used to be the best decoy in the game, like better than all his other tiered variants, because there was a bug where only the broom would take any damage, and as we see, he's really skinny, so he was like basically nigh untouchable.
Functionally immortal Sweeperbot.
Oh my god.
Must be nice, obviously, just to have your Horcrux or whatever it is, right? But it's just his broom this time, as it would turn out.
We fixed it though.
Yeah, it's fair. All right.
Yeah.
It'll live on, again, another thing that lives on strictly in our hearts.
Yes.
Also, too, out of curiosity, Vadar477 in chat asks, will there be, like, if you have just 2 people on your fire team and you want to go in solo, is there a private mode you can dive into this with?
I believe if you hop in the higher difficulties, you can do
Yeah,
that.
excellent.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. So everyone out there that wants to really challenge themselves, maybe attempt to solo all 50 waves? I think our running theory is that it's impossible.
I think it's not possible. That's my charge to the community. Can you beat Legend solo by your, like, obviously that's what solo means, but can you beat Legend solo?
Someone's got to do it.
If my teammate on the social media team, Mitch, is out there watching while on vacation, so don't you dare be working, I think he's got that challenge cut out for himself as well.
Hey, I've learned not to underestimate the Destiny community at all. Especially like in Mission Whetstone, I thought it would take a lot longer for people to
Yeah.
do that. That was quick.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I mean, honestly,
Players
we
are good.
underestimate the Guardians, much as the same as the Witness, at our own peril. So obviously, none of us want to do that. If anything, I'm just excited to go ahead and see this get in players' hands on April 9th.
Yeah, of course. I'm so excited to see like what strategies people come up with. As we see, we have another augment here where you are killing Spark Hoarders to spawn a Spark, and when you dunk the Rift, it actually does a chunk of damage to the boss, which if you're looking at the health bar at the bottom, you'll see it does a decent amount. So when you get to bosses that are a little chunkier, these
Yeah.
are ways to do extra damage to them. Oh,
Jeez, yeah, okay. That's not too shabby. I am also, I'll say it again, I'm so bitterly jealous I don't have Buried Bloodline right now. Like, you're making it look so good.
I was going to have to carry you.
It's good. It's a good gun, especially if you're on other subclasses. It's just free Devour. Plus the Catalyst, you get Devour and Weaken pretty much on demand by using it.
It's also, too, maybe a small thing, but my personal favorite, just if I had to pick a champion mod, and I know it doesn't work like that, but I do have to give credit to Anti-Barrier, because it's every single barrier. It doesn't matter if it's a Hive Knight shield, doesn't matter if a Taken Vandal goes ahead and puts their shield up, or if a Hobgoblin goes ahead and cloisters up. Like, it's just like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep shooting you right in the face. This is not how
God.
this works for you.
Okay. No!
What? All right, we're at a stream veto moments, obviously. No,
that
I'm
didn't
sorry,
happen.
but this shame you have to live with.
That didn't happen.
Are you sure you want to hand out your Bungie ID still?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do
Okay,
it.
all right.
I don't back down.
I'll leave it to you on Twitter. That's fine.
I'll get cooked. It's fine.
Again, at our own peril, we underestimate. So is this the final boss encounter in the pyramid for this particular wave?
Yes, for this particular wave, I think we're on wave 30.
Yes.
Which means we're on our last wave, which is
Here we
take
go.
the fight to the boss
So it's
again.
definitely a little bit beefier than the last two bosses.
Yeah.
But
We're gonna
victory
dunk
lap.
and
This is-
kill it in
this is
one
more of a
shot.
trial.
Here we go.
Boom.
There we go.
So and also too is that dunking mechanic that does extra damage to the boss. That's just is that like a modifier that kind of gets randomly added with each particular boss?
That's one of those augments, yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's no guarantee you're going to get that one necessarily. Nope. Even better. Excellent. All right.
Guys, let's do the emote. No!
All right, let's keep running more waves. Also, too, actually, I saw a question pop up in chat. Again, I apologize. I missed the name. Twitch chat is moving fast, but thank you to all you Guardians for joining us. Is there any kind of a timer present in this activity, or do you just get to dive in and take your time?
The only timer is actually present in the purchase phase. We want to kind of keep that fast-paced flow going.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we just have a timer ticking up to see how long your session has been. But yeah, there's no timer. We're not counting down like
Yeah.
10 minutes to beat a whole wave or something.
The only real fail condition is the fire team alive and is ADU still standing.
Got it. Okay. And again, once the ADU is gone, that's it.
That's it.
Okay. You lose on wave one somehow. That's it.
Generally,
Okay.
we want to be pretty clear about our failure conditions. We don't want to stack.
Yeah.
A bunch of like oh, you have to do
That's fair. There's like a and B and a C, nothing like that. Okay. And again, you're only defending its one ADU that kind of will transition.
only the current ADU. It will move with you.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Also, to chat, I see you asking for information on the loot to show us what weapons are on the way. Tune in next week. We'll have plenty for you. I can promise you that.
Yeah, Shaxx is, if you go into the lore, Shaxx is working with some folks, some characters from the past.
That's right, yeah.
And also opening up his private reserve
Interesting.
for our use.
Yeah.
So,
So is
Could be
this, also,
exciting.
is this something Shaxx has been sitting on for a while, or has he been working on this behind the scenes?
well, there've been some weapons that have been frowned upon in the Crucible.
Yeah.
And but now's the time to bring those out.
yeah.
Anything
Vanguard
that-
outlawing stuff is not something we have time for at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if it's dangerous, now's the time to bust it out.
All the better. Obviously.
You know,
yeah.
high risk, high reward. That's how I see it.
And we, if anything, are facing down our biggest risk in the witness so far, obviously. So making sure that Shaxx goes ahead and opens those coffers, nothing short of generous, I'll say. Just.
Ooh.
Have you improved ability regeneration right now, or are you just that good?
That's what, I feel like
can
you're
say
not
you're that-
hearing me. I'm that guy.
You have mentioned that once or
Noah
twice,
plays a
actually. I don't know.
Noah maybe plays an unhealthy amount of Destiny.
Sometimes I will, not even
I know that
sometimes,
feeling.
oftentimes I get off work and immediately I'm like, okay.
I think there was a
That was
was
on
there,
me.
Noah, by the way. I'm not sure if you saw that. That's,
But I immediately get on and play. I do raids and dungeons. I mean, I've been doing a lot of the coil recently.
yeah, my
Rosaraga.
My dad and I end up playing this game a lot, and so basically every single day after work, it's just like us texting each other, being like, "Hey, so when are you hopping on? When are you done with dinner?"
That's fun.
I imagine we'll probably more so do the easy modes, but I've got my Nightfall crew. I'm sure I could dive in here with. Although honestly, I think at this point he's more loot paid, my dad, than any of us, so I think he'd have no problem diving in here.
That's awesome to hear. That's what Destiny is all about, right?
Yeah, it's a
Bringing
lot of
people
fun.
together.
Yeah. All right, things getting pretty intense. Let's see. Out of curiosity as well, I'm not sure if we can mention this one, but is Tom? Is there a light level increase with Into the Light, or is this still at 1830? I believe it is.
It is at the current power.
Current power? Cool.
Yep.
All right, that hasn't changed. Thank you, Nikki Knight, for that question as well.
Oh, it's time. I can make
Is it time?
a super. Okay, no. I don't have enough for that. Nice.
How much scrap you sitting on right now?
I was on 5,000.
Okay.
Oh, I was too late.
Scrapped for cash.
Scrapped
I wasn't
for
paying
cash.
attention. You guys on the
Narrative
team,
department.
honestly, that is, I want to say obnoxiously good. It's always like, man,
appreciate that.
These guys are just stealing our job. Want to write tweets? No. All right. This is remaining intense. And again, we're still fighting the Hive. We were fighting the Fallen earlier.
Oh my, please.
So there will be multiple sets of the Witnesses armies going ahead and chasing us down in this activity. Oh dear.
Usually it's
I
just
shoot a
one
super.
per run.
Right, yeah. For the sake of the developer
yep.
tools, went ahead and just swap that over just so
Yep.
folks can get a look.
You know it's getting harder when Noah stops flexing.
I know, right? Yeah.
He's actually
Okay,
having to,
there's a lot going on, you know?
There is.
Like,
Fairness. And I think also, too, this is something we sort of touched on yesterday when we were doing our initial playthroughs, but especially when you get to these higher levels and it's not just kind of the proverbial, comparatively speaking, walk in the park that the first few are, like, you really got to keep your comms crisp with your team. You got to make sure that you're really aligning, not even necessarily your champion mods, but maybe sending your scrap to one part to really go ahead and stymie the bad guys there so you can focus your attention, your abilities, your supers on another lane. Actually, also, too, to that end, obviously the pyramids have been doing some terraforming, but Tom, when you guys were building this activity, how are you guys going about even changing these maps? It looks like you guys have changed the architecture in some pretty significant ways.
Yeah, so when we looked at these maps, right, we want to have like a bunch of distinct lanes for the enemies to kind of like attack the ADU from, and they give you like these fronts that you have to divide your attention across the team. So you really have to be like, oh, they're coming from the left, they're coming from the right. You take this way, I take that way.
Yeah.
What
And,
the
like,
fuck?
a lot of times in these maps, they're great for PvP.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the lanes we needed.
Wait,
The
did he move
a
his
lot of
eyes
times
to
in
the
these
left?
maps, from the left, they're coming from the right. You take
Yeah.
this
Should
way,
be
I
to
take
the
that way.
his right.
And
Yeah.
across the team, so you really have to be like attack the ADU from, and they give you like these. Right, we want to have like a bunch of distinct lanes for the enemies.
Should
to kind
be.
of like attack the ADU from, and they give you like these fronts that you have to divide your attention.
Yeah.
Across the team, so you really have to be like, oh, they're coming from the left, they're coming from the right. You
He
take this
probably
way, I take
did.
that way.
Yeah.
What
And,
the
like,
fuck?
a lot of times in these maps, they're great for PvP.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the lanes.
Bro,
we
people
needed,
are
and the artists
crazy.
and the designers working together. Like,
Jesus.
oh, like what if like the pyramids
Yeah.
just like evaporated this building right here?
Yeah.
And
It's like, great, let's do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that really, so we had to open up some channels in here, and like that, we got the great, fictional context where we can be like, no, it's
Yeah.
Forces, it's not,
Yeah.
it's not Todd.
Yeah, sure. All right, and also too, I'm getting some word from the Traveler in the sky. No, I hate to break it to you, but we have come to the end of our gameplay segment. You must return from your throne world.
I think I performed pretty well, things considered.
I'll be the first to agree with you, especially because I don't want to have to face you down in this activity. I want your help, honestly. When it
Yeah,
comes
we'll just
down to it.
1v1 in
Yeah.
Crucible sometime.
Yeah, and also too is I think we can say that, but this is going to happen. We maybe won't say where, but this isn't the only location that players are going to have
Yeah,
on
there's
slot
more.
available to them. Yeah, there will be more than that, obviously. Noah, welcome back from the Throne World. It's good to see you.
I got a lot of tithes. I feel like Eris and I are comparable right now.
So you're going to turn into a hive? Never mind. I don't want to attempt turning into a hive god. That's fine. We'll leave that for your
That's
own
the next
adventures.
expansion.
Obviously, that's true. Yeah.
That's the necessary.
But no, Noah, thank you very much for taking us through that.
Yeah, thanks
and
for having
of
me.
course, for everyone here in Twitch chat, thank you for joining us. But before we go ahead and head on out, we obviously, this is just kind of the first look at what's to come in Destiny 2 Into the Light. Again, as a reminder, we're going to be doing 3 streams showing up all of this content that's going to be coming out, available to all players. And of course, before we go ahead and head off, Tom, you guys have all worked so heavily on this activity. Tom, we'll start with you. When Onslaught releases, when it gets in players' hands on April 9th, what are you most looking forward to?
I really want to see what players do with the defenses. I want to see like what their strategies are. I know Noah's got his strategies. I've got mine. Maybe mine are a little less developed than his. And just to be able to like see. Also, it's a great time to get back in and play. It's gonna be a great time to play Destiny. It's gonna be like new activities, tons of rewards. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be hopping in with me and my sons.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, Jerome, as someone who's gone ahead and helped craft this story to bring this to life, obviously to make sure it fits into the Destiny universe so well, what are you most looking forward to when this releases on April 9th?
first of all, people getting absolutely hyped out of their minds for the final shape, and I want to see what builds arise out of this. It's a kind of a different strategic calculus than we've seen before, so I want to see how the players innovate and deal with this new challenge.
Strategic calculus. I'm gonna file that one away. That's the narrative team, everyone. Geez, just making us all look bad. And of course, Noah, you've helped brick by brick put this together, this brand new activity. As someone who's obviously spent a ton of time playing it in addition to developing it.
Is that the
when
end?
it gets out into the wild, when you've got the chance to play it with your friends, what are you most looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to just getting my reps in, seeing how far we can get, especially on Legend. Get extra rewards, have an extra difficulty, just have fun with friends and trying to see like like Jerome was saying, like what builds arise, like what cool stories come out of playing things like this. Like we saw, you can have a big tormentor show up and like all these different things, those little emergent moments are what really makes Onslaught special at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud of what the team and everyone's done. Like I'm a very small part of a larger team. Teams are way better than Heroes.
Yeah,
And
you're here.
you know, everyone has done such a great job building Onslaught and just curating stuff for Into the Light. I'm so excited for what's going to show up in these next live streams.
Awesome. Yeah, and thank you guys all three for being here today to represent the team and help us kind of, you know, show this first glimpse at Into the Light to all the players out there. Obviously, it's pretty great to have you guys here, bright and early in the morning.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, everyone. Well, I believe that's it from us here at Bungie HQ. As a quick reminder, again, we'll be back next week at the same Bungie time, same Bungie place to show you some even more content about Into the Light, including some returning Guardian favorite weapons, which you may have gotten a glimpse of today,
Okay,
a brand new
1 second.
book at an all-new social space as well that you can take your fire team down to, and even more information about upcoming rewards. Before we obviously set it off, I want to again thank our guests here for joining us today, to the entire Destiny development team who behind the scenes right now is working on this content, bringing it to life for all of us. Thank you all so much for your hard work. To Clayton and Ashley, our play testers in the back who went ahead and helped fill out the fire team. Getting some waves, there we go. Thank you very much. To the amazing team of producers who are here putting on the show, thank you all so much. Genuinely, it's amazing to have all of your assistants. They have the distinct difficulty of making me look good on camera, so believe me, their work is cut out for them. And to our team of moderators in chat, you're the real heroes. Thank you so much for your time. But in the meantime, again, reminder, we'll be back next week at the same time and place to show you even more content. But until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see y'all Starside.
Okay, cool.
Why does this feel like the last stand? So yes!
You're back. I'm gonna make something to it. I was not thinking into doing it, but yeah, gonna do it. You're back.
too late to admit when you're on. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I've made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment.
just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
I smoke too much, I dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Con Kia, nada es igual. Su forma de manejarse, su hermoso diseño y su seguridad son completamente otra historia.
Yeah, I'm back. Oops.
The day arrived and we got the big update talking about the future of Legends of Runeterra, which is something we knew was coming because it was mentioned in Riot's update, where they also fired a lot of people, and from the personal message from Legends of Runeterra aimed at the community. And we expected this to be a big talk because of who made an appearance here. We got Dave Guskin, the executive producer of Legends of Runeterra, who's been around from what I believe was the very beginning. We also got Andre, also known as Meddler, who is the head of the League studio. Previously, this studio took care of League, TFT and Wild Rift, but now, as you'll see, Legends of Runeterra is joining them too. More on that later. We also got Mark Merrill, also known as Tryndamere, whom I keep calling the president of games at Riot because that's a title they previously used, but now he's the chief product officer, which is still a very similar position where Tryndamere is looking over all of Riot's games and making sure they are good. And then we got Eric Shen, who was the product lead on Legends of Runeterra, but who will soon become the executive producer. Which also means that Dave Guskin is not leaving Riot, but he is moving onto an R&D project. Why is this important? Maybe you'll see in a future video. So, if we take all of these in, you can tell that we are about to dive into some serious topics. So let's have a look at what we have learned about the future of Legends of Runeterra. At the beginning, Mark Merrill starts with the introduction of how Legends of Runeterra even came to be. Apparently, they started working on the game back in 2011, which is even before Hearthstone. In fact, there is a known story where the same year Hearthstone was revealed, Riot wanted to also reveal their card game, but they didn't want to directly compete, so they waited a few years to make the game even better, and maybe they missed a train a little bit. Anyway, from the beginning, they always had a big love for CCGs. And more than that, they loved building their own decks of cards. Which is why Legends of Runeterra was made with a business model that specifically enabled people to have fun with that. Of course, looking back, we all know that this business model is awesome for the consumer. It is not awesome for the developer because it doesn't really generate much revenue. You kinda need to buy cards in a collectible card game. And here, Mark Merrill directly confirmed this. Specifically, he mentioned that they never got the formula right, and that they are always spending a lot more money investing into the game compared to what the game brought in. Which is why, throughout the last couple of years, they tried many different things. But ultimately, things led us here. Now, thankfully, we also got the confirmation that they will try to keep delivering things for this game, because they know people are heavily invested in it. They will not shut it down out of nowhere, which, to be honest, is a noble move from Riot. Most companies would pull the plug at this point. This is also where Meddler stepped in and confirmed that the love and the passion from the players is what encouraged Riot to keep trying new things. After which, Dave once again confirmed that after all the iterations, after making changes to PvP, the labs, and ultimately Path of Champions, they noticed the shift in their player base. And over time, the vast majority of their players started spending their time in PvE. Which is why the team confirmed their focus is going there. As of right now, Path of Champions still continues to be the most played game mode. And people play it even more than Standard Ranked, which in every competitive game ever is always the top game mode. This should tell you just how much of a shift in player base there was. So ultimately, to quote them, what they are doing is that they are taking the resources they have and they are applying them to where the players really are. Because previously they still had a big support for their PvP because, in their mind, this is what the focus of a CCG game has always been. But now they know that they would have a lot more success elsewhere, which is why all of these big changes are happening. Which is also where we got a really big piece of news. The next Legends of Runeterra expansion will be the last one as we know it, meaning that we will likely get about 3 new champions and bunch of supporting cards to come with them. After that, we should get something new. Just keep in mind that Riot will not stop making new champions after that. They just hinted that perhaps the new champions would be far more integrated into Path of Champions. Which is also where Medler mentioned another interesting thing. Simply put, they aim for a better connection between all of their games. Be it League, TFT, Wild Rift, or now even Legends of Runeterra. So they are totally fine with the other games essentially supporting Legends of Runeterra, because they know this game can support their universe in return. This was one of the big reasons why it made sense for Riot to keep spinning all the plates. Another thing they mentioned is that with TFT being focused on strategy, League being all about the introduction of new champions, Wild Rift kinda making the League PC audience sad, it made sense for Legends of Runeterra to embrace their focus on PvE, which is something League's IP had not really had before. At least not permanently. Maybe one day. And so, this is where we got some updates on what's happening with Path of Champions. First of all, this is where we got some updates on what's happening with Path of Champions. Maybe one day. And so, this is where we got some updates on what's happening with Path of Champions. First of all, there will be a big expansion on the map with the Freljord. As you can see, once again we are getting some awesome art for the map. We are getting a new 3D model, which I can totally slap onto my map, which I'm using for the MMO videos, with the big boss being Lissandra. And very intentionally, that fight is supposed to be difficult. And that's because soon after the Freljord comes out, they are releasing an expansion for the entire game mode. They call it Constellations. Wait, hang on a minute. I knew it! That's right, Legends of Runeterra is getting the Constellation system from another kinda known gacha game. Except here it is not tied to a gacha mechanic. Except it is still purchasable with real money, which is not actually as bad as it may sound. This is a PvE game after all, and it is totally earnable for free. So now, instead of the 3-star system which they had before, you can now level up your champions all the way to rank 6. So with 20 new champions and 6 constellation upgrades, that is a decent amount of new content to be experimenting around. Of course, this also means that all the champions are getting more powerful over time as you level them up. Hence why the Lissandra fight was intentionally designed to be difficult. You are supposed to pick up some stars before you challenge her. Another interesting thing is that they seemingly intend to have everything balanced around this in the future. Which means that it is possible that in the future there may be another crazy fight which will require you to have everyone leveled up. In a way, Path of Champions is getting a new progression system here. But of course, even after you level everyone up, there will be new champions joining the game mode, which also means you will have more things to simply level up from zero. As an example, they revealed that Aatrox and Nora will be joining in soon, with Nora having some big constellation upgrades focusing on portals. Now after this, they did also tease that when Arcane comes, there will likely be a new Path of Champions adventure there. Nothing was confirmed here, but that's what it seems to be. But after that, that's really where everything ends. This is where they thank everyone for being part of this journey and they just wrap it up. So, if you look at the details, we didn't really learn that much from this video. All we really learned is that there are some big changes around the focus of the game. When it comes to the specific features, we haven't learned much yet. However, this is not where the new info ends, because after this, they also released their FAQ. And let me tell you, what a juicy FAQ this was! They answered a lot of questions, a lot of which were some that normal companies would never answer. Legends of Runeterra is definitely not afraid of jumping into some of the hard questions, which should be apparent with their very first one. Is lore dying? Short answer is, no it's not, they just need better business model. Yeah, this FAQ is very big, I will TLDR all the answers. You shifted into PvE, then refocused on PvP, and now you are shifting to PvE again. How did that happen? The TLDR is, at the beginning, PvE wasn't really monetizable, at least not without big system changes. Which is why we are where we are. What is the last set coming out? Here they answered what they said in the video. The last set will be similar to what we had before, but the next one after that will be something new. What's happening with competitive? Will there be more tournaments? This is where we got an answer which I did not expect. I expected the shift of focus to go to PvE, with PvP staying basically as it is right now. But apparently, that's not happening. For now, competitive PvP will be put into hibernation. This includes gauntlets, ranked rewards, tournaments, and esports. Standard, Eternal, and Versus AI will always be open, but the ranked games functionality will be different. This is definitely an interesting shift. It shows us that there is such a massive imbalance between PvE and PvP that the competitive PvP is not even worth keep running properly. If that's what it is, then the shift to PvE is actually giving Legends of Runeterra a second shot. Because this means they are really focusing where the players are. Will there be World Championship in 2024? Unfortunately, no. I am a community member who runs community events. What happens to those events? Unfortunately, Riot can't support them directly anymore. What about projects in the works such as Community Card Kitchen and the World Championship Prizing? All of those are still happening. Don't worry about those. What's happening with the Lore Invitational and the Mystery event? Are you cancelling it? It's still going to happen, but there are some adjustments. They intend on talking to all the competitive players to see how they can support them even in their shift to PvE. After which, the questions get really interesting. Why don't you just sell things people want? The answer is a bit sad. It's because the cosmetics simply didn't sell well, and it's more expensive to make them compared to how many actually sell. The team wanted to do stuff like animated cards, but the high cost is what always held them back. Which is followed with another crazy question. Why don't you pull back on the generosity and make some money from cards? Apparently, a lot of conversations about this already happened. But the prices would have to be way too ridiculous to also keep up with the cost of PvP. Because remember, if you wanna sell cards, PvP also has to be fully supported. And at that point, you would just be going to the classic CCG business model, which everyone hates. Except for whales. I think they like these. So sticking to their original gameplay promise of making new card decks, they don't really wanna do that. Does that mean that the game will be monetized more moving forward? To quote them, quite frankly, yes, but they want the spending to be responsible. So while there will be some new things that are purchasable for Path of Champions, it shouldn't be anything ridiculous. They just need to find a way to self-sustain the game. Why don't you release in China? Lore is the only Riot game not in China. I actually did not know this. That's despite the fact that Lore got a lot of weird censorship. Apparently, it's because it is quite a bit of a risk. Going into a new market is one thing. Going into a market with specialized licensing for randomized content such as card packs, that's a whole another one. Why don't you release draft mode? Here they confirmed that they had a working prototype which was pretty good, but right now they don't really have the resources to just release it. It is possible it will happen one day, but not right now, not when they are shifting into PvE. Why hasn't Riot's leadership helped Lore's success? Honestly, this is a bit of a weird one. Anyway, as the answer says, the leadership clearly always supported Lore. Not only did they decide not to pull the plug, but they also went through the entire hassle of shifting the entire game's focus. Again, any other company would be done with this game at this point. Look at Heroes of the Storm. Why is Riot investing into unreleased games that are not Lore? This question came out a little bit selfish. The short answer is, it is all about balancing having great games in your portfolio, but also having new games still in the oven. Nobody would like to cancel their own game, especially if it is a live service. That would not look good for the developer, but at the same time, nobody wants to sit in one place not doing much. Why doesn't Riot advertise lore? See, this is a bit of a strange one. Now, they are not talking about advertising in something like League's client. We'll talk about that in a moment. It's more just general marketing. To which I have to say, Riot did do a lot of that in the past. People just kinda ignored it. Given the nature of marketing, that would mean the marketing didn't really work. But you should keep in mind that Legends of Runeterra got all of those stunning animations from all the regions. They got big music drops and they got big animations whenever a new expansion released. So they did actually have a lot of good marketing, but it simply wasn't that effective. And so going forward, they will take advantage of the fact that they are now linked to the other games. I heard Lore is joining the League Studios. Why wasn't it before, and what does it mean? So the League Studio is a new organizational change. And it is not intended to be for all games with League's IP. So when it comes to something like the MMO, that might not be part of this. But League and TFT already shared the same code, and Wild Rift shared the same experience with League, so all of these got bundled together. Which is also why Legends of Runeterra wasn't originally part of this. Because besides the characters, they didn't share much gameplay-wise. Also, when it comes to what does this mean, it means that whenever there is gonna be an event shared across the IP, Legends of Runeterra will get something too. And yes, it is also possible that now Legends of Runeterra might be properly used to push forward some of the stories, especially since it is now focusing on PvE. Why isn't lore in the League client? Well, good news, there will be more. Starting in early February and then periodically after that, there will be new promotions in the client staring at the faces of League players. What's happening with patch notes, articles and streams? TLDR, they should be happening, they just need to figure out the format. And lastly, the best question to top them all, why don't you just kill lore?
What the
TLDR,
fuck?
they love lore, they just need a better business model to keep it sustained. So, while this is it for the really juicy FAQ, SpiderX went around the Legends of Runeterra subreddit and he found some more details. We got a question from the devs on monetization. Apparently, the Emporium and the Legacy Cosmetics never outsold the shards for Path of Champions. And that even counts the passes whenever those had some rewards for Path of Champions. So it seems like people just really wanted to buy anything related to Path of Champions. Even when they released some of the bundles with Aurelion Sol or Elise, people jumped on those. So they still intend on keeping everything earnable for free. But they are also fine with letting people buy the progression with real money if they want to speed it up. I have no objections here, this is totally fine because this is not undermining the integrity of the game, and one player buying it does not ruin the experience for anyone else, since it is PvE. Simply put, play the game however you want. Also, a really great piece of news is that in League's client there will be a new Legends of Runeterra icon. I didn't know this, but apparently they tested this for OCE. Of course, this also means that the Emporium will have some more Path of Champions items now, and when it comes to finances, they can't really share the details, but it was confirmed that each year the game cost multiple times what it generated in revenue. The crazy part is that whenever they invested more heavily into marketing and cosmetics, all they have done is widen the gap in the earnings. So that's why there wasn't a lot of marketing. It didn't do much. And yes, they confirmed that they still expect Legends of Runeterra to keep losing money. They just need to get it into a spot where the costs are reasonable and they can be covered for by the other games. So yes, Riot has the full intention to keep supporting this game. As to how well that will go with PvE, I am curious to see myself. Honestly, I would play a bit more of Path of Champions if it was directly linked to canon story. You know, it is PvE, I think that's what a lot of people would love to see. But then again, you would have to close your eyes when you play different champions playing different adventures. I don't know, maybe just one of those adventures is canon and everything else is made up. Something like that would work. Anyway, in case even that doesn't work, Riot, I think you're ready. You don't have a gacha game yet and you are very close with one of your systems. I think everyone would agree That would be one way to sustain the game.
Oh shit, the Lost Ark video. Shit, okay, be right back.
Alright, so fine, let's go do this. Lost Ark, Breakthrough to Thamine. So this one is a big patch. It's a big patch note. Because it's gonna help a lot of players, veterans, returnees, new players, if they do decide to download the game, you know, that's a bit rare. But anyways, we are going to get this big fat patch, and we had a couple predictions, right? A couple predictions that we talked about, and basically we got the pretty much the best case scenario with a lot of the quality of life we were expecting. The island, the region-wide island queue, 2 new hairstyles, Horizontal Express. So a lot of the good stuff is coming. 2 balance patches behind, but we're gonna be 1 balance patch behind. Bunch of quality of life, holding quality of life. We got a lot more than I expected when it came to catch-up events. All right, guys. All right, first of all, my bad, the background music was really loud. So first, all I wanted to say is that I'm making this video because it's gonna be a good event to come back. They're gonna help you out horizontally with skill points and stuff like that. Not completely, as well as a lot of catch-up mechanics and events. And we got a new class as well, but new class is not enough incentive for new players or returnees to really install the game if the systems are still bad, right? I mean, not everything is fixed, right? The game is not perfect, but anyways, it's getting better. A lot of the quality of life that I was looking forward to that would make this patch good came with it. If they didn't come, if one of them were missing, if one of them or a couple of them were missing, it would have been a big L. But if, you know, just gonna be $150, 100% honest, this is pretty big W. If it probably is bigger W if we just log in tomorrow and check it out. Chat.
Wait, it's coming tomorrow?
Because I think some of these events are gonna be better in game. Is what I'm trying to say. More juiced up. So we got the Arcadia Tour, which is pretty much an accelerated version of the continent exploration, the horizontal stuff. It has hundreds of rewards. You got the emotes, the songs, the skill points, the runes. So this is gonna really help returning players or lazy players like myself, okay? There's gonna be a bunch of rewards. I'm gonna leave the link so you guys can check this out in the video description box, but I'll just go over it quickly. This is huge. This is huge.
Of course.
The Arcadia tour is right up here. You guys do these little missions, and yeah, you get a bunch of freaking horizontal rewards. You see those runes, a little bit of mounties, skill points, songs. Okay, so it's like horizontal stuff, like story stuff. You got that wealth rune right there. Got the bleed rune. Got the stagger rune. You got the omnium stars. Blah blah blah. Skill points. So it's good to be in the game. It's good that this is in the game, and it's good that it's coming now for returnees and new players or lazy veterans like myself. Okay, so that's coming. And next, Light of Destiny, pretty much story. The after story and the prequel to Thaymine. Next, events. This is the juiced part, right? So we got a free power pass. Think of it like in other games, what do they call it? What is it? What is it? What is the power pass? Battle? This is not battle pass. What is it? What is it in other games? What word is it? Boost? Yeah, boost. Yeah, so it's a free boost to get you to 1460 eye level. And it should come with full relic gear sets out of the box. Okay, so it has no criterias. You don't have to do like some quest. You just claim it or log in, claim it, and then just use it on any character you want. Now, what character you should use it on, I'll make a separate video about the classes that I personally recommend. Thanks to y'all, I was able to experience a lot of different new classes and different builds and stuff. So that is coming. So this is a separate entity. It's a free one, as well as the paid. There's a paid power pass that gets you to finishing Voldus. So that's going to be up to 1520. So let's say you have a 1370 character that you power pass the old power pass, the 1370 boys, and then you want to buy a power pass, the paid power pass to 1520, then it's going to go from 1370 to 1520 with a discounted price, right? Instead of buying a, 1 or 10 eye level to all the way to 1520. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or if you're a spender, you could use this free power pass and then slap on the paid power pass, the Voldus one. So you don't have to do the Voldus quest, as well as get the 1520 eye level. You get the gear, right? It'll be like a couple bucks, less than 10 bucks, I think, right? Or around 10 bucks, not quite sure. So you could do that. There are a lot of different options. And that's the main point of the events. There's a lot of different ways about it. And you have to be pretty careful because we don't really know when we're gonna get something like this in the future. I have to stress this a lot because, chat, I don't really know when we're gonna get something this juiced up, right? Because in terms of the classes, we are now caught up. So we're going in the dark now. Okay, so choices. You gotta choose wisely, right? Next, we have the Super Mokoko Express, the Juicy Express event, catch-up event that'll quickly get you to 1580, right? They're not gonna give you all the complimentary materials, but it'll help you. Discounted honing rates, discounted gold requirements. You earn rewards and other, you earn so many rewards, and, and then there's like chest, silver, cards, honing materials, blah, 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 event gems, level 7 gems, full set of level 7 gems, 4 level 8 gems, engraving books for free. So many goodies. This is a really juiced up event. As you can see here, Super Mokoko honing benefits, honing percentage increased, flat 20%. So it can go up to like 30%, right? And then you see this gap right here? Gets you to 1490 with the flat 15% increaser. All right. And then there's a gap, the 20 eye levels. That indicates that at 1490, just like Korea, you guys will get the free Braille gear box. There's another hint for that. So you're going to get a gold or white, whatever colored chest that is going to give you the ancient gear. Ancient gear. Yeah, the ancient gear, right? Not a cut gear, but ancient gear. And the ancient gear comes at 1510. You don't have to even gear transfer. You could
Nice.
if the 1490 gear has higher quality, but if not, you don't have to waste the silver to transfer. So you get the plus 12 Brawl Shaza gear. So from 1510, 20%, blah, 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 blah. You got the honing material discount, 70%, 60%. That is huge. Leafstone discount, 60%. Huge. Gold discount, 65%. Huge. Remember, this is for one character that you designate. You could designate it to a character that you power pass to 1460 because it continues from 1460 to 1580. Or let's say you already have a 1470 character in your roster and you want to shove this on that character, you could do that. All right? There are a lot of choices. And then, of course, it's going to come with the combat style support setting. What this means is that it has like a tutorial system where you can choose either of the class engraving. You choose either of the roads. You could choose the way of the Punisher, the way of the Predator, and then it'll give you the accessories. All right, beginner accessories so that you can play that build immediately. Okay, so it'll give you like spec accessories, or it'll give you swiftness accessories or crit accessories. All right, and you can change this a lot. You can change this all the time before you hit the 15. I think it was 1580 eye level. Before you hit the 1580, you can switch back and forth so that you can try out. Like, let's say you want to try out Remaining Energy Blade, and then you're like, oh, okay, I got a taste, and then you switch it to Surge. And then you could try out Surge. You're like, yeah, I don't like it. Go back to Remaining Energy. You're like, yeah, I don't like it. I'll go back to Surge. So you have the freedom to try both. So I really highly encourage you guys to try both with this free system before you decide what to proceed beyond this 1580 and you lock in, okay, your build.
Prueba la nueva Gillette Presto Barba 3 con...
Dude. Jesus Christ.
So you got the engraving support as well, 5x3 for until what, July 17th. You get 5 times 3 engravings, and then you get the support gems, the event gems. Yeah, okay. And then you could change engravings at will as well for Chaos Dungeons or blah blah blah. And then now we got another event. This is the road event. If you're new or returning, all you need to know is that it is another event to help you. Okay. So it's trying to help you get into the final Legion Commander raid. Yeah, sure, it's not getting you to 1610. Or, well, it does kind of help you to get to 1610, never mind. But it doesn't help you try to get to 1630 for the hard mode. But don't worry too much about the hard mode. Try to go to the normal mode. So it's going to support you guys. I think this is... It's a different twist from the one that Korea got. But it's not bad. It's pretty good. So from 1580 to 1600... Decreased amount of gold, blah, 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 blah. Double artisan. Oh, yeah, there's also extra artisan with the Super Mokoko as well. So if you fail a home, the failage meter, you know, it fills up twice as fast. That's what they're talking about. So that you hit pity and then you go to the next level of your gear, okay? All right, so it costs less to hone and they feel extra sorry for you so that you go to the next gear level, okay? So we go back to so they have that into this event as well. And once again, you can choose this on a 1580 character. Let's say you have 6 1580 characters right now. You're a veteran, right? And then you could give that to this one. You could give this one, this event, the Descendant to Darkness, to that character, and then get it to Thamine, all right? Without making the same thing. So let's say you have a 1580. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have a 1580 blade, right? But in the conventional old system, like the Korean Super Mokoko event, right, where this is all tied into one, then some people were like, oh, so there's no support after 1580? Then, you know, might as well make a new blade with the Power Pass, get to 1460, and then get the Super Mokoko to get it to 1580 on that blade. And then, you know, because the road event, the Descent into Darkness, was baked into the Super Mokoko, you would keep honing that new blade to 1620. But instead, if you already have a blade, you don't have to power pass it anymore. You don't have to Super Mokoko it anymore. If you want to pick up your blade, now at 1580, where you stopped, now you could just designate this event instead of wasting these two, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? All right. So think a lot of things to think about, right? Extra end game content, clear rewards. So they're incentivizing you to do some raids and give you more. Ah, my fucking left nipple. Something bit me. Sorry. So something about you get more materials, okay? Extra rewards will be granted when clearing either normal or hard mode of the following activities. The extra rewards will be available to all characters in the player's rosters. No need to designate a character in this event. The extra endgame clear rewards event is... Okay, so my English maybe not be so good. I don't understand what they're saying. The extra rewards will be available to all characters, I guess, once per week? Or what is it? One time? Anyways, this is what I'm talking about. The rewards might be even juicier when we log in tomorrow. Is it going to be for each character? It says all characters in the roster. So let's say I have 20 characters in my roster. All of them, if I raid, I get juicy materials. Is it one time? Is it every week? So we'll find out. Okay. Now there's another event. Honing event mission. Honing event mission helps you from 1580 to 1620. And this one, you have to designate it, right? Could you designate this one with this one? Descent into Darkness? I want to stack these. Now, once again, you have to think about whether you want to stack these or separate these. So let's say you have two 1580 characters and you want to give Descent into Darkness on one 1580, and then you have another one 1580. So you could, I guess, maybe split it. We'll find out tomorrow. All you need to know is that, you know, it's going to help you with books as you keep honing. Okay. So it's another helper. Catch up helper. That's all you need to know. And then there's more. Arcasia Grand Prix. You know those little Chaos Dungeon tokens, Guardian tokens, and the race tokens? And then you buy at the shop, event shop. That's also coming in. So more rewards from event shop. And then Gold Frog event gets extended for those that are returning or new. General event updates. There is a playtime reward, which is like if you log in a couple hours a day, you play, you get materials. And then there's a new daily login bonuses. And then Fever Time is like special event, more. So basically more materials, more materials, more materials, more materials. And there probably will be Twitch drops, right? And that's going to be at this channel as well. And then there's store update. Not only did they listen to everything we asked for pretty much, right? They also brought forth by 1 month the ARC Pass. It would make no sense to delay the ARC Pass by a month. Like, why would you not want to synchronize it? And now it is synchronized. So it is a Frankenstein ARC Pass. We don't know what the rewards are, but we got the PC Cafe skins that Korean players had to spend 100 hours at the PC Cafe and only had a selection of one. But of course, NAU gets, and SA gets these skins good. No need to waste 100 hours of your life, spend your $150 worth of money at the Peace Cafe. Yeah, and I'm sure you could buy like multiples, where in Korea you just get one. So you got this. Let me see here. Let me move this. You got this skin right here. And you got the duck in the back, the Jumanji duck, and then the freaking mount. All right, the mount is good because you can annoy a lot of people with the mount. So I think this one is the one. I swear to God, I saw this in NA, or was I hallucinating? Yeah. So you just AFK like this, and other players can see this. Your head spinning round and round. Yeah. That's all it's gonna do, over and over. Okay. Please get up. Please get up. Okay. So that's the mount. Now, Korea ARC Pass did not get the skin. It was just the mount and the pet. People were match. Well, you guys don't have to be match. You guys got this very exclusive PC Cafe skin. That's cool. ARC Pass. If you're new, ARC Pass is like Battle Pass. There is the super paid tier, free tier, and the mid pay tier. Okay. Gives a lot of mats. General quality of life. Added 2 male and 2 female hairstyles. Not all the new hairstyles made it. I believe this hairstyle will come with the style book later. I think that's what they're aiming for. Style book is like where everyone can share presets in game as well as skins and stuff like that. You can sort it by downloads, right? So if we look at the downloads, this is the #1 download, Assassins, of course. Almost 100,000 views, 21,000 downloads, 2,400 upvotes. So I can't wait for this to come to the West so you guys can, you know, show what you guys got, the Coomer stuff. So we got the new hair, not caught up. I get it, but the ponytail finally. Adventure tome, a message, blah, 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 skill effects. Okay, so skill effect visibility option added for certain classes and certain skills like Airmasters. Sorks, you can lower it so that you can see your floor so you don't die. Wandering Merchant, this is really good change. Zena Inanna added to the inventory for Rohendel Wandering. What took so long? What took so long, man? Okay, no complaining. Legendary card, Carmine added. Okay, and then they appear more, what? Appearing, okay, more frequently. So this one's huge for new players, returnees, and veterans. That's huge. Let's see, what else is pretty huge? The new Rapport UI. They're talking about this. Okay, modernizing the game a little bit. And let's see. A reward added for the 1400 Mokoko. This one's a little sad. Get your masterpieces done, guys. Final warning. So, Masterpiece Collection reward changed from gold to silver. Make sure you guys get this done. If you're close, get your guides open. Okay. I think that's about it. Stronghold. They added some Stronghold stuff, but they didn't add my favorite stuff. I don't know why they're trying to be like Disney and censoring the wallpaper. But anyways, Stronghold stuff is good though. The new mood is not there. The New Year mood as well, but it's still catching up. Right? Like this stuff is not there yet, right? Like I don't know why they don't want to put this in there, but yeah. They're catching you guys up, but not completely. And then what else do I want to talk about? If a party or raid member uses a battle item key contents, the usage message is announced no matter how far you guys are. And let's see. Movement length on Slayer. Okay. Where's the one with the island? So islands are now region-wide queue. Region-wide queue. All you need to know is that now you don't have to do islands alone. Hopefully. Still, right? The servers also got merged for those that were away from the game. So, yeah. Now we have the region-wide, not server-wide, region-wide island queues. That's nice. It feels MMO-y. Okay, that finally came to the West. Music box, quest, items. And then they also nerfed Kako Seidon. Right here. Entering method improved for adventure and dynamic islands. So it used to be same server, but then now servers got merged. But on top of that, now we go with region. Cool. Read the rules here, waiting time, blah, blah, blah. And let's see. Anything else important I'm missing? Anything important? Lower the number of hits needed for all Tuki monsters on the island. Oh yeah, the honing quality of life. You can hone faster. You can skip the animation now. You can also access the auction house and the mailbox through the honing UI. So that's good. And then if you're using the solars, if you click on the solars, it will memorize it. It will save your book usage or unsave it. There's a button to do all of that. So this is good. Took only 10 years. And progression boost. This is really good. This is huge for returnees, veterans, everybody. Arcturus Meng's boundaries. Not only Braille gives double match for the first 5 clears in normal and hard, now also Akan. Normal and hard is added as well. And Kangol. All right, that's huge. Took nice. So long, but it's finally here. And it's the right time. So if we look here, that's what they're talking about. The extra rewards. Okay. So it's already there for Bro Cheesy, for Hard as well, and then now for K Angel. All right. No need to do a con for 10,000 weeks. Where is this thing? Right there. Right there. Normal, hard. Okay. That's good. And then new player benefits. I'm thinking that's the Mokoko buff as well as the Prokion protection, so you guys don't die as a new player or returnees. And then they nerfed Cockle Sadon, bro. Is that the only thing that got nerfed? Cockle Sadon? The raid? I mean, it only took a year and a half, but is that it, chat? And then we got no new skins. What? We got new skins. So we got the balance patch. You guys are 2 balance patches behind. Now you're 1 behind. The one with the mage reworks, the light reworks, have not made it in yet. I don't know when that's coming or why that's delayed. Weird. But this is the balance patch that Korea already got in January 31st, okay? Where Breaker is also coming with the nerf as well as the blade nerf to Surge. Now the thing is, I've been playing with the nerfs and almost 2 months with the nerfs now, and nothing really changed. Blade Breaker could use another 10%, if not 15. But yeah, minus 5% on Blade. Now my Shadow can get MVP. It literally is not even noticeable. The nerf is not even noticeable, dude. Yeah. Anyways, that is gonna be it, guys. The nerf. If you're worried about the nerf, it did nothing. Breaker also got nerfed, and the nerf version of the Breaker is coming to the West, and it's still broken. Same with Blades. But they didn't add the Sark rework. Weird. It's almost as if they don't want Blade and Breaker to have competition. Why not? Why not? What about the Hitmasters? Because they're able to compete now in KR. Some of them. That's interesting. Well, that's going to be it, I guess. All right, boys.
Yesterday, and
Today I got to bear witness to a little bit of gaming history. An event that I'll no doubt be telling my grandparents. Nope, I said that the wrong way. An event that I will no doubt be a grandparent and still... What the fuck? It's an event that when I'm a grandparent, like I'm really old, and I have a granddaughter or grandson, I will sit them down and tell them where I was when this moment happened. I'm not even going to redo the intro. What an absolute fumble. Point is, today at a huge tournament that our squad, the Moist Esports squad, was competing in, there was a hacking incident, the likes of which the world had never seen to this scale. It was for Apex Legends. This is a game that's no stranger to hacking. There's been more cybersecurity attacks on Apex Legends than there has been on the goddamn US government. Like, at this point, I'm starting to wonder if North Korea happens to be getting involved with hacking Apex just for fun because of how prevalent of an issue this has become. But it's never happened in the actual ALGS, which is the major tournament series. Today was the NA regional final. Right now, our team, Moist Esports, is second. And per usual, I was watch partying, and then something went awry. There were reports that a player for Dark Zero had just been gifted hacks. And I thought this was some kind of meme or something, but after the fact, it turns out, no, someone turned hacks on against his will. I think the only reason this hasn't happened sooner is just because of pure fucking luck.
What the fuck? I'm getting hacked. I'm getting hacked. But
I know. Sure. Can you play the game?
Bro, I'm getting hacked.
I know, but can you play?
Yeah, but it's cheating. The fuck?
I know. Sure. I know. And what?
Like what?
Now, if you're not familiar to the game, I'll just go ahead and break this down for you. This isn't normal. He can see every player, name, their health, everything. He's basically omniscient at this point. It's wall hacks. He was gifted wall hacks. It turned him into goddamn Professor Xavier here. He can see everyone. He knows where they are, what they're doing, where they're going, what their health is. And that's cheating, obviously. Now, the player is not a cheater. This was something that the hacker injected into their game and turned on. He left the game shortly after the hacks were activated, which was a very noble thing for him to do, very sportsmanlike, to not like ruin the competitive integrity of the rest of the match, because he had more information than the NSA at that point, thanks to the hacker. I also saw this tweet floating around here to try and explain how Destroyer 2009 was doing this. It's also a screenshot of the hack that was briefly seen there. You can see all of the different features that he blessed them with. So according to this individual, the hacker Destroy 2009 is using webhooks, which is a feature that makes it possible to send data in real time between two different systems or applications. And according to some of the pros in the lobby, they did like a system scan of their computer after the ALGS was stopped because of this. And a lot of them reported that they had viruses on their computer that weren't previously present. I don't know how true that is. Right now it's all anecdotal and like rumors amongst the pro players. I also don't know if they're just memeing about it, to be fair, with a couple of them saying it. But it does seem plausible. Like that is something that has happened in other games where if there's like a really severe vulnerability, someone can actually get into your PC itself. We've seen that in Dark Souls, actually. So it is in the realm of possibility. I don't know if that's necessarily the case here. I'm not smart enough, I'm a fucking idiot, to understand exactly how these hacks happened, but it is definitely not good. So he left, and that still wasn't the end. The hacker could have injected cheats to other players that weren't streaming and maybe decided not to leave. You know, it's entirely possible. It threw the entire tournament out of whack because how widespread was the issue? And we got an answer because another streamer who was competing in the tournament, well, the biggest streamer in Apex, Imperial Hal, also got gifted aimbot. But yeah, those that don't know, Apex has a very colorful history of hacking problems in their game. Hacks that you've never even imagined were possible. Such as if you try and shoot at the hacker, it forces your guns to infinitely reload. They have hacks that can just take over your shit, like you're seeing right now, where it literally takes it over and gives you hacks. There was also the hack that gave you like 3 guns.
What?
They're shooting bridge.
They're pushing. Come take the building. Come take the building.
Come in. Okay.
Can we shoot? Can we shoot height? Can we shoot height?
Yeah, shoot now.
I'm cheating. I'm fucking shit. I got aimbot. I have aimbot.
Oh no.
Oh boy. The amount of fucking ads.
So who is this anonymous hacker known as 4chan? Who is the culprit behind this attack that shut down Apex for today? Destroyer 2009. A 15-year-old has managed to hack Apex Legends on the biggest stage for this game, with pro players competing for millions of dollars. So a lot of money on the line. That's a lot of fucking clams out there. And a 15-year-old was able to breach their cybersecurity protocol and completely ruin it to the point that Apex had to just call the entire day off because he wouldn't stop gifting people aimbot and wall hacks. Now, not only did he gift them aimbot and wall hacks, but he also gifted them thousands upon thousands of Apex packs, which is their loot box mechanic. So some of these streamers' accounts just got juiced out the gills. Krampus came early and he delivered the coal, and some Apex packs to some lucky streamers, I suppose. But this shut down the ALGS as they investigate and try and fix this issue, which I have no confidence in them doing. Apex has been in this state of disarray when it comes to their security, their anti-cheat. It's terrible. There's no excuse for it. It feels like just a losing battle with them not even really putting any effort into the war. Since day one, really. When I was like a competitive player in Apex at like a semi-pro level, hacking was big then, and it's only become more frequent now. And it doesn't feel like they've done a whole lot to fix it. It really doesn't. It feels like Apex is less secure than Club Penguin. It's ridiculous just how easy it seems to be to hack in it. I am not surprised this happened. I am only surprised it didn't happen sooner. Like, I really think the only reason the ALGS hasn't been hacked before is just because no one gave a fuck to do it. They didn't care enough to bother hacking in there and ruining it. But today, Destroyer 2009 said, you know what, I finished my Algebra 1 homework a little early. I've got some time to kill. I'll just go ahead and throw some hacks into the ALGS for a little bit of chaos and pandemonium. And so he did. Like, it's really upsetting Because I love Apex Legends, and I really love the esports scene for Apex Legends. I love it. Our squad is incredible. I love watch partying each and every event that we're in. It's great. But there are just so many glaring issues with the game itself, this being one of them, that it desperately needs to be addressed. They need to do more to prevent shit like this from happening. This hasn't happened in any other esport ever that I know of. And another thing that I'm just going to mention while we're ranting and venting about this, going through this cathartic session of vomit, the way ALGS handles their LANs is also kind of laughable. Like, at one point, they hosted it through, like, the normal private servers, right? Because at a major, a LAN event, it means every team that is competing is there in the same physical location in person. So you would expect them to host it, you know, through the private server locally or whatever. But for some inexplicable reason, they actually made the decision to host a LAN through online servers, which everyone said was a disaster waiting to happen because it just leaves you vulnerable to all kinds of problems like players lagging or DCing or technical issues out the wazoo, which is inevitably what happened during like the Split 2 playoffs. During this event, there was a suspected DDoS attack when everything was halted for over 20 minutes. EA denied that it was DDoS, saying that on-site technical issues had no evidence of a DDoS attack, but many players and teams were still convinced of it, including me and all of us at Moist Esports. Hosting a LAN event over online servers is silly. It's not like they have to do that. They made the conscious decision to drink stupid juice, I guess, because the Split 1 playoffs were hosted on a private tournament server. But for some reason, Split 2, they decided not to do that and instead just used a private part of a public server, which left it vulnerable, which everyone told them would be a problem, and, well, it turned out to be a problem. Now, let's assume that for the next major, they make that decision again to use online servers to host it. They've done it before. Well, who's to say Destroyer 2009 won't come out of the shadows and wreak havoc once more, like the boogeyman riding straight from hell on horseback and inject hacks into the major? You're fucked if that happens, because people bought tickets to attend it, teams flew out there to compete in it. You won't have the luxury of just postponing it and doing it a different day. You can't reschedule that because, again, you've also only purchased that arena for those set dates. You'd have to refund everyone, including the teams, the players. It'd be a complete disaster. And it is very possible if they decide to once again host a LAN through online servers, since Destroyer 2009 has really put the clown makeup on them here to show that they can be hacked even at the biggest possible stage, at the highest possible level. It's a big issue, clearly. So yeah, that's kind of the big Apex hacking situation in a nutshell. Hopefully they get it resolved, and hopefully everything is smooth sailing from here on out, and they actually put some real effort into developing their anti-cheat and evolving it further to finally make a real dent in the cheating problem with the game, and, you know, really grab the bull by the horns here and start fixing shit. That would be wonderful. I hope this will be the wake-up call for that. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. That's really about it. See ya.
Clash of Clans have big plans for the game, and they recently shared lots of information on future updates. I want to consolidate that information and give you my thoughts on what they said in this video alongside my 2024 wish list. I'm also going to touch upon the most recent update, some of the stuff I like and do not like about it. And since that will only take a couple of minutes, let's go over that first before we get into the juicy information such as Town Hall 17, new heroes, and even using them whilst they're upgrading. Firstly, I like that it was home village focused. I think even if there are updates for the builder base or clan capital, there should still always be something for the home village because that is what most clashers fell in love with. The new spell was the main part of the update, and I actually really like it because I feel it helps casuals. You can use it purely to set up the funnel, but it can also be used by the pros in a queen charge, pathing your battle drill to an area of the base, or even with the royal champion. So I think it has a lot of use cases. I'm excited to see what everyone comes up with, but there is also that risk versus reward. Because the spell lasts a long time, if you don't use it at the correct timing, then that's on you. It could come back to bite you. With regards to the clan chat, I do like the overhaul. I think it is much needed to modernize the clan chat. I will say I can't quite put my finger on it, but something looks off in terms of the messages. Having the player's name and league badge above the message that they typed doesn't look as seamless as the previous clan chat, in my opinion, but I'm sure this is something they will continue to improve. I like that they have set the foundations of improving the clan chat, and I'm excited to see what other features they can bring. There was a change to the upgrade screen, which was not in the patch notes, and this definitely has mixed opinions. It's quite nice when in the patch notes, and this definitely has mixed opinions. For me, it's quite nice when you do have the gold pass, you can clearly see what the original cost was and how much you're saving, but I did message the team as well in the creator chat because I do not like that it is always there when you don't have the gold pass. I can see the rationale behind it. It could be there for a couple of key upgrades maybe, but it should not be there all the time. It's just too in your face. The team have said that it's buggy at the moment, and I'm hoping by that what they mean is that it should not be there all of the time. And by the time this video comes out, I hope that they've even fixed that, but I guess time will tell. With regards to the Royal Champion equipment, I am glad that we can swap out her abilities now. I really like the addition of hero equipment and being able to tailor things to our strategies, but clearly there is concern from the community of the amount of equipment being added to the game. I hope that there is a nice balance of all for all players, but I'm sure that is something they will be looking closely at. The other change that I don't like, which wasn't in the patch notes either, is the final attack confirmation screen when you have finished and it shows the troops and spells. There was a post on Reddit saying it was my fault due to my video breaking the game in war last week.
There it is! It's Candace! Oh my gosh!
However, it was so close, like literally a couple of days afterwards. It's just a wild coincidence. And at first, I quite liked it. Being able to have an interactive screen at the end of your attack. The icons aren't shrunk, so you can clearly see them. You can click to see which hero equipment was used. But then I realized, well, a lot of the time I quite like to screenshot an army that is used, whether it's me watching a replay.
Wait, bear back.
in game or a YouTube video, even watching the pros at the World Finals. So I'm not exactly sure what the solution is to that, because I do feel a lot of players will be the same. It's nice to have the game moving forward, and we've seen with the progress bars that Supercell wanted to modernize the UI. They did that, and then they realized there was something they overlooked, so they made changes. I hope there can be a solution found here as well, but I'm really not sure what that could be, to be honest. But let's now go over all of the update information we received received from a Q&A with the Clash of Clans team. And I do want to say that I was very impressed with how honest the team were in these answers, and also how much information they actually gave. Even if it is not something that they are currently working on, they let us know where their thought process was at and whether we can expect it in the future. The answers were posted on Reddit. There was 29 questions in total. I'm just going to focus on the main ones because actually a couple of them have already been addressed in that recent update. But the very first question of the Q&A was, can we...
Like Roblox, the sandbox allows you to build your own 3D games using its Game Maker application.
Use our heroes whilst they're upgrading. For each question, I will display the answer from the Clash of Clans team so you can read it word for word, but I'll summarize each one and give you my thoughts. Essentially, right now, they're not in a position to allow us to do this because hero books and gems are too much of a revenue driver for the game, and they would have to build out alternative revenue streams before they would consider doing that. I feel that is a very honest answer because it is a business at the end of the day, and in order for us to have new updates, they have costs in which they need to generate revenue, and we can kind of expect this answer. We all knew that this is the reason they didn't want to bring it, right? One suggestion that has been floating around for a long time is a hero potion that would allow you to use them for 1 hour. Maybe the team feels that it would decentivize the use of hero books too much if you could use that potion for a war attack, but in itself, that would be gems to get. So it could drive revenue by itself. I think it is a good solution, but there's potentially a better one when we go down to question 29 from the Q&A. Don't worry, I'm going to go through all of the other important ones as well, but a question was asked on whether we could see a 5th hero. Does the answer look similar to what I suggested to Darian in my interview with him last year?
We don't want 5 heroes on the map because that just feels overwhelmingly complex.
By the way, if you did not see, Darian announced on Twitter that he is leaving Supercell and moving back to America. Obviously, he has done amazing work for the community. I want to thank him for all of the opportunities he's gave me personally, but wish him the very best in the future. With regards to their answer, though, about only taking 4 heroes into an attack, I think that's logical. The heroes are so powerful, and also it makes sure that the complexity of an attack isn't continuing to increase. But there is another benefit to this in that if you can only take 4 heroes to an attack, but there are 5 available, potentially even more in the future, then that would mean that if you upgrade a hero, you are not severely handicapped in war. You can just switch out your heroes, and there might still be instances where you really want the Archer Queen, so, you know, there's still use cases for the hero books, but it would mean that we could still be an asset to our clan in war. So I do like the idea of more heroes. I think, as Darian said in that interview, they just need to find the right place for a hero, because if they just start adding them without a specific role, then they probably won't feel as special. The last thing I would like to say on heroes is with regards to them upgrading, I don't think that should be the case for a friendly challenge or a friendly war. I should be allowed to use my heroes whilst they're upgrading. We can draw the line in that it is a friendly. And I have said that multiple times now to Supercell, which would also tie into one of the features I would like to see, which you'll hear about once we get to my wish list. The next key question in this Q&A, I feel, though, was with regards to upgrade times and how they can be discouraging for players when they are too long. This is something I have heard again and again from my subscribers, or whenever I meet people in real life that say, oh, I used to play Clash of Clans. I always ask them, what made you stop? And a common response is the upgrade times. Supercell have touched on this previously as well, but I thought it was important to show the answer due to the importance it has for players. But they are not looking to extend upgrade times from what they are now. They actually significantly slashed upgrade times at the highest Town Hall level. When Town Hall 15 came out, there was 21, 22-day upgrades. That is no more.
What?
Was 21, 22-day upgrades.
Oh my God.
That is no more. A couple of them are still a few weeks, but that is significantly less. And obviously, every time there is a new town hall comes out, they reduce the upgrade times of previous town halls. And this is important that they get the balance right, because they were also asked, when can we expect Town Hall 17? Another new town hall. Previously, we had been told
if it's a town hall, 9 months later, town hall would have gotten like town hall 15.5. Then 9 months later, it would have been town hall 16.
But obviously, with the release of Town Hall 16, it was much sooner than that. And they said they are looking to keep this quicker schedule. Roughly once per year, we can expect a new Town Hall level. This is because they have expanded the team, so can now bring more updates. That's actually something I forgot to mention in my update review. That was a bonus update, if you will. Typically, we don't get one until April, and we managed to get one much sooner than that. So I am glad that they
Another one. Fuck.
They are bringing more updates. It keeps the game feeling fresh, and hopefully each of those updates still have significance because of the size of the team. So that's one reason they are going to the 12-month cycle. I think I'm torn on this. I get where players are coming from with the upgrade times, and I think that is on Supercell to get the correct balance so that, much like the ore, it is fun for all players. Yes, they need to make revenue, and that is clearly something which is done via magic items and upgrade times, but it still needs to be accessible for free-to-play players. So as long as they get the balance right, I do quite like the idea of having a new town hall every year. It means that every year in Clash of Clans, we have a new theme for the game. Obviously, this one being the nature theme. It was also good to have the new troop and spell tying into the theme. But that would be pretty good. And it also means that after the World Championships, we've built up towards the climax of that town hall. We get to see who is crowned the world champions of Town Hall 15, Town Hall 16, and the next world championship.
Wait, did they destroy the
of Town Hall 15, Town Hall 16?
Yeah, they
the
did.
Next world championships, it's the next town hall. I would say on that note, though, I would like to see a little bit of a greater gap in between the world finals and the new town hall, because last year it did just seem a bit of a rush in between the two, but I guess that's a separate topic. The final thing I would like to say on new town halls, this is something which I have clearly said to Supercell, and I know that they know this, but every new town hall has to feel revolutionary. There has to be something that changes gameplay drastically and makes you want to upgrade and get excited about a new town hall, not just new defense levels. Clearly, that is something they're aware of and have, I feel, got a really good balance of the past few town halls, but having a new one every year means that they have to come up with those unique ideas more frequently. And as long as that is achieved and they get the balance of upgrade times correct, then I am quite excited to see a new town hall every year. Another thing I would be excited about is a Goblin map editor, much like Mapmaker in Brawl Stars. When we've discussed this idea on previous occasions, it's always kind of been ruled out because they would have to monitor which maps are being created in case there was anything inappropriate. But I do like the response here, and it seems like they're very fond of the idea, so this is something that we could potentially see in the future as long as they iron out the things that they're concerned about. For me, I think it would be brilliant to be able to create custom maps, because the Goblin maps, much like challenge levels, you can break the rules with. You can put multiple Eagle artilleries on the map, as we know with Where Eagles Day, and it just makes it fun. They should be trying to add things that are more exciting, and the Goblin map editor is one of those. They haven't been adding enough Goblin maps, in my opinion. I understand why. They are very fun and they're very popular, but they're kind of one and done. Once you've completed the map, you never have a need to go back to it. But putting the new maps in the hands of the community means they could rotate them weekly or monthly, whatever the timeline was. There are two more questions I want to go over from the Q&A before we go to my wish list for this year, but I obviously will have all of the responses linked in the description. The first is clan alliances. This is something that has been discussed in the community for years. And I do appreciate their response in that essentially everyone's idea of what they would like from a clan alliance is different. And the team has that thought process as well, but they want to focus on the single clan experience first, which makes sense. They did discuss how they obviously want to continue expanding the clan chat, the recruitment system, a number of different features to make the solo clan experience better before they considered branching out to clan alliances. But I feel like one big feature that many people ask for is just a whitelist system, which they kind of alluded to they wouldn't be opposed adding separate from a clan alliance feature. Another key thing that people mention is a clan alliance chat, which could easily be another tab on the new improved clan chat, potentially somewhere where we can friendly challenge across them or share bases. You start getting into the realms of just having it being a bigger clan, and I guess that's kind of how I think about it, is I would see a clan alliance as, yes, whitelisting to move across different clans, but essentially it is kind of one big clan. It's just that you can have multiple wars spinning in those different individual clans. For clan war leagues, for example, many of us split into different clans anyway, so we could still feel like one clan. It's just that we have different rosters spinning, and that's my idea of a clan alliance anyway. But as with anything we're talking about in this video, I would clearly love to see your thoughts in the comments, especially when we get to my ideas. I'd like to know whether you agree or don't agree with them. The final question that I want to raise in this video was the clan XP perks. This is something that I agree with the team on. It would be punishing to add more in-game perks, whether it be new levels to troops, donating more troops. It makes it even harder for new clans to begin. It's already hard enough for a clan to grow from scratch without then having more perks they'd have to catch up on. I do like that they are considering aesthetics or cosmetics as part of those perks as you level up, rather than just the levels meaning nothing. That could actually tie into something I said last year in my features I would like to see, in that we could have customizable war backgrounds. In clan war leagues, we have different backgrounds based on the league we are in. What if the clan levels every 5 levels, you unlocked a new aesthetic for your clan to use rather than the standard war background? Even just something like that, I feel would be a nice addition, but I'm sure there's also better ideas as well. Okay, onto what I would like to see. I would say this year, but some of these are big changes, so I would just like to see them added to the game. The first thing that I think is most needed is a pro mode. How I think this could be best implemented is customizable friendly wars. Exactly what I've spoke about in my previous editions of what I'd like to see. Typically, I bring one of these videos at the start of each year. Never got around to it this year, so that's why I'm tagging it alongside this video. However, this is something that could be utilized by everybody. It would be super fun to just break the rules of the game, change the attack time so we could have it shorter or longer, increase the amount of troop capacity that can be taken so you could have a 30-second attack but 1,000 troop capacity. Can you do it? I don't know. Obviously, there would have to be some limitations to make sure it was accessible across a wide range of devices and not break Supercell's servers, but we could also ban troops or spells. However,
Oh, I like that idea.
for a pro mode, you could alter the HP of buildings or troops. So you could increase the HP of buildings by 10-15% and decrease the HP of troops by 10-15%, so that the best players in the world had a balance that was catered to them. Because I agree with the balance of Town Hall 16 over Town Hall 15. Town Hall 15 for the majority of players was way too difficult. Town Hall 16 is more in line with what I think it should be, but obviously the more competitive players, it becomes easier for them. And I don't think it's fair to say, well, the majority of players this balance is great for, so you're just going to have to deal with it. They are the hardcore players of Clash of Clans, so we should try and cater to them, but the general balance of the game should be for the majority of players. Having the ability to adjust the strength of defenses or troops like that could mean that the World Championship is played with certain rules. There would have to be figuring out of what those would be to have it be an ideal balance, but it would also mean that different tournaments, community tournaments, could run their events differently because they could customize whatever they want in the game. One main drawback of this is that currently Legend League is a representation of the best players in the world, but they practice there for tournaments. And if the tournaments were in a different rule set, it might not be as useful for them because mechanics might change. You could add some sort of system where above 6,000 trophies, it clicks into the same rule set as the World Championships. I don't think they should make it a different league. It shouldn't be called the Diamond League or something like that, because then it makes the general player base feel like they're never going to get to that top league. And getting to Legend League is a huge achievement for some people. So we should keep it as Legend League, but there could be some other rules. Or even without the Legend League change, I think just having the customized wars would be a huge advantage for the pro scene, and everybody could utilize that feature because who wouldn't like to mess around in clan wars like that? Moving on though, similar to that, I would like to see some improvements to the friendly challenge. Having the ability to create what army can be used for the friendly challenge would be really good because it means that players could create their own challenge levels in a way, and that is something the team have touched upon before. But what I like about that is you could also set what the levels of those troops are. So for example, if my friend has started playing the game recently, they are a Town Hall 7 or 8, I'm a Town Hall 16, I'm just going to obliterate their base. Whereas they could put up a challenge saying these are the troops to use. Now we can kind of attack each other. I can show him a bit more of the game. So it could be fun in allowing you to friendly challenge your friends a little bit more and encourage more people to pick up Clash of Clans because they do get to play alongside their friends more. On top of that, I think it would be great if we could allow multiple people to attack the base that we've put up for friendly challenge. Maybe even have some sort of clan leaderboard so we could see who gets the highest attack result versus it. And even on top of that, I would love to see a friendly challenge legend system. Think about this. Myself and 5 other content creators get together and we set up a friendly Legend League day. And then each of us get to attack every other person. Everyone can stream their own perspective, and oh my gosh, it would be so fun in order to see that. And again, you'd have that leaderboard much like in Legend system where we can see who comes out on top. I think that sounds amazing, and I'm sure that people would enjoy seeing that as well. It is something that maybe they could make small tweaks to the friendly challenge system as they go, or they just overhaul the whole thing. I don't know how big the team wants to dream with the updates, but I know the team is expanding and they are very motivated to make the game the best that it can be. So that's why I'm sharing all of my thoughts as well. On that note, then, a mega base. Now, I know since the last time I've talked about this, Clan Capital has been released, but I would still like to see it for the home village. I loved that feature in Boom Beach, being able to attack a base alongside your friends to collectively try and take it down. It could still work in the home village. They'd obviously just have to make sure it doesn't take away from the clan capital. But if we're really going to dream big, I would love to see a co-op mode. Clash Royale has a 2v2. Why can't we? Can you imagine being on voice with your clanmates and breaking down the base, all attacking collectively at the same time? Obviously, much like the customizable friendly wars, they'd have to get the balance right in order to make sure there isn't too many people attacking. Even if it was similar to Boom Beach where one person attacks and then the next person goes, I still think that would be amazing. But if we could attack at the same time, that would be next level. I'd say I just have a couple of quick fire ones now. With regards to the events we have been seeing, the Mashup Madness, Cookie Rumble, and the Dragon Festival, I really like the events. I like how they have been created, and I obviously hope we continue to see them, but I will say I hope we don't get too many of them. Some people could probably argue once a month is okay. I think probably the gap we had in between the Halloween and the Christmas one was better. 6 to 8 weeks, I think, is more natural, because if there's too many of them, they start to lose their charm, in my opinion. And I know that this is going to be something that everybody has differences of opinions on. But I hope that we can get the cadence right so that they are still meaningful and they are exciting every single time. And what I would like to see is similar events to that we can cycle through. So for example, the 10th Clashiversary event, where we had all of the challenge levels, we worked through them in order to get a free scenery. I really liked that. It was a big success. I've never seen engagement in Clash of Clans like it. That is an event format that they can replicate, and they could do that again next Clashiversary, and it means they don't have to do the same style of event, working through the pass to unlock the troops every single time. Again, I really like them. I think the event pass provides fantastic value, but I hope we can have different iterations on it enough that they don't lose their shine. And maybe that's having a couple of different formats of events that can be cycled. I hope that makes sense. Next, more UI changes. I do like how they've been trying to modernize the game and make it look better, but there's still other areas that they could improve, and I'm sure they will continue to. One suggestion I gave them in the creator chat not that long ago was your profile, the achievements. It could mimic that of the clan games, where there's a nice image. Once you've completed it, it has a 3-star over the top. I hope that they continue to make the game feel fresh and a bit more up to date. A prime example of this, last night I went to log into the game. I was being attacked, and I had to sit and wait for 2 minutes before I could do anything. And I understand that I can't log into the game because I don't know how much loot has been taken away from me or anything like that yet, but even just a little button that I could switch to one of my other accounts would be very much appreciated. Emotes. I think emotes would go fantastic in Clash of Clans. There are so many good emotes in Royale, and this is, again, something I discussed with Darian in my update interview with him. By the way, I will just link you to that at the end of this one, because we talked in depth about a lot of things that are not discussed in this video, and he gave answers as to why the team may add stuff and will add stuff, and why they would not add stuff as well. So I think that'll be an interesting listen for you. But back to the emotes. I don't think they should be seen by an attacker. But when war is happening and you have a bunch of my clanmates and a bunch of the enemy clanmates watching, we could see emotes and see what's happening back and forth. It's just that the attacker themselves wouldn't be able to see them and not get put off. I think they would just fit perfectly in the game. Replays. I would love to be able to rewind, because if I just miss something that I'm trying to watch, I have to exit out, go back in, skip through the attack to that point in the replay. I had a lot of coders, I guess, respond to me in last year's suggestion video and tell me how that is extremely difficult to do, but seemingly Royale has a similar feature where they can just skip back a set amount of time, so the game doesn't have to read the code backwards, because that's what a replay is. It rereads the code and displays it, but maybe they could skip back in time 15 seconds or so, and it would mean that we don't have to go through the entire replay again to see that specific moment. If that is a possibility, I'd love to see it. On the token of replays, I actually think this could be pretty cool. What if you could pin a replay to your profile? This means when you go to apply to a clan, they could look at your profile and they can actually see a replay of you attacking before they have to accept you into the clan and do any kind of checks and whatever clans do to recruit. They could see your skills from your profile, and it'd be a nice way to show off to your friends as well. Plus, any pro players, I would love to be able to see replays from the #1 player in the world, but I also understand that they don't want to give away their tactics in Legends League and everything. But if they could select which attack they wanted to pin, and that would be amazing. Moving to Clan Wars, I would love the ability to attack bases after the war has finished. So go back in, and if I messed up the execution of my plan, sometimes I'm sitting there thinking, I would have loved to know whether that would have worked. You could test that out. You could just go back into the clan war and attack whichever base you wanted. The 24-hour cooldown in friendly challenges is so that you can't copy enemy war bases, quickly practice, and then 3-star them. That was actually implemented based on community feedback. But anyway, that wouldn't apply here. You could just go in and practice on the bases and see if you could fix whatever went wrong in your attack. Moreover, I think the war tools for clans could be given some improvements. So right now we can add a note or call a base. A lot of people play the game differently, obviously, and some people draw out their plan to share with their clanmates. That is something I think that could be implemented into the game. So you could sketch out your plan based on predetermined images that you could drag onto the enemy base, and then that plan would be attached to the war base so other members could take a look, give you feedback. Maybe some more competitive clans, when there is better players than others, or you're trying to train someone up, they could actually draw out the plan and let you know what they think you should do. There's a mixture of use cases. I think it would be good to get more tools to help people improve at the game. I don't know how many people play with sound on, but for my content, a lot of the time I have it turned all of the way down, and I suggested sliders a long time ago. I'm very happy to see that they are implemented, but I would actually like to see the sound broken up into different aspects. So right now we have music and sound effects, but in sound effects we have all of the button clicks, the upgrade noises, but also when you go into an attack, the troop sounds, the defense sounds, and sometimes at higher levels it gets very overwhelming when you've got every defense firing. You've got noises from the spells, the troops. I would like to be able to separate the attack noises with the general in-game sound effects. I think that would make a big difference for me personally in terms of content. I could then vary the levels of those. I don't know. I don't tend to play with sound on very often because I'm recording content, but I do feel that those players with sound turned on, they could balance things better. You can let me know in the comments, because anything in this video, by the way, I typically share my feedback with Supercell as soon as I have it. So pretty much everything in this video they already know, but I like to do these videos to share with you what my thoughts are on the game, and also I get good suggestions from you. We can have a conversation in the comments, and sometimes if there are really good suggestions I hadn't thought of, I send those to the team as well. So with regards to sound, definitely let me know whether that would or wouldn't be helpful. Finally, the Supercell ID. One feature that I would love to see is the ability to link accounts. So if you do get a new device, you can log into one account and then it would say, do you want to preload whatever accounts? And then you could do that. It also means if you use the Supercell store, store.supercell.com, in order to save on your purchases, you could log into one account, and if you bought the gold pass or gems, you could then just say which account you wanted it to be deposited to. I think that would be pretty helpful, but I understand there's a separate team for Supercell ID and things as well. Anyways, that is my review on the update, information for future updates, and what I would like to see. Just doing something a bit different in terms of an extended episode, having them all together. Let me know what you think. And if you do want to see that interview with Darian, where we went into a bit more depth on things, I have that linked on your screen. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. Let's watch this one.
Skins. It is the great Skins. It is the great foundation of everything related to monetization around League of Legends. Sometimes they are good, sometimes they are questionable, and sometimes they start a bit of a ruckus in the community for some funny reasons. At this point we can say that without them we would skip out on some really funny dramas. And trust me, when a drama is happening around a skin, it is a funny one. Though today we will talk about something slightly more serious. It is an issue that was brought up to the daylight only a few days ago with the new wave of skins in the Porcelain skin line, which you may remember already arrived with some hiccups the last time we saw it. So yes, first of all, everyone should know that this skin line is not new. We've seen it before, and just like before, it still looks good. Now overall, it is also no secret that this is obviously based on the Chinese aesthetics. And that's simply because around this time it is the Chinese Lunar New Year. This is why, for some people around this time of year, the skins always feel a bit disconnected. That's because they are mostly aimed towards the Eastern audience. I mean, as a fun fact, for which I couldn't actually find a confirmation, apparently the Mythmaker Irelia was the most sold skin ever for China. So yes, making skins with these kinds of aesthetics definitely works for Riot. But now you may be wondering, well, where is the drama surrounding this? Well, as always, in order to find out about it, we have to go to that one place we all love, Reddit. Which now forced an update on me again and everything looks weird. Anyway, let's dive right into it. Porcelain Ezreal is a shameless cash grab and Lissandra should have gotten the legendary. Oh wait, that was 2 years ago. No. The first issue, somehow, believe it or not, is actually not related to monetization. No, the first issue that popped up is the fact that we are getting a skin line with Chinese aesthetics in a patch after we got a skin line with Chinese aesthetics. That's right! The Heaven Scales just dropped and we are getting Porcelains right after that. So immediately, some people got triggered by this. Now, to be fair, if you ask me, I don't think it's that much of a big deal here. The Porcelain skins look separate enough for them to really feel like two separate skin lines. If you want to compare Mythmakers and the Divine Beasts and the Divine Blades, sure, go for it. But Porcelains are definitely unique. I mean, for context, let's have a look at the skins we got. First of all, there is the legendary skin for Aurelion Sol. That's right, one of the not the most popular champions got a legendary skin. See, this is why no one complained about monetization this time. Because a champion who deserves it actually got it. And yes, the visual effects are stellar. They are using a lot of new assets for the spells. And yes, they even included some memes in there. I have no complaints about this one. Now, this was followed with Porcelain Irelia, which does look slightly odd. She does have those long blades instead of her normal daggers, which are supposed to be porcelain. How does that work? But overall, her abilities do look good. Then there is Morgana, who once again looks awesome, albeit slightly too simple. Her abilities are very down to earth, which also means, thankfully, they are readable. And then there is Miss Fortune, who somehow made it into the skin line too. Nothing fits the theme of fragile porcelain like guns, but at least the visuals fit well too. And speaking of guns, nothing fits the theme of fragile porcelain like shotguns. That's right, Graves also got a skin with the same theme. Although again, the spells do kinda look good. I especially love the Q, which here feels like a proper spell. Even though again, it's supposed to be porcelain, I don't really know what's happening here. This has nothing to do with pottery. And lastly, if you are really done with making teacups, there is one thing that may really solve all of your issues. An axe. Because yes, Darius arrived too. I know I'm repeating myself, but despite how odd this looks, the visuals are pretty cool. I am even a fan of his armor. It's just that everything around this doesn't quite fit. And this is the first issue that was brought up. People had never seen a skin line with more random choices. Usually, Riot at least tries to brute force a thematic into a skin so it makes sense. Here, I have no idea what's going on. Now, I'm sure the lore descriptions of the skins will give us some explanation, like how they are shoving spirits into the pottery and that's making them shoot out more spiritual goo. But if you really break it down to the basic idea of making awesome porcelain teacups, 2 guns and an axe is not really what I had in mind. And to be fair, even in the first iteration of Porcelain, we did get stuff like Kindred, Ezreal, and Lissandra. But Lissandra fits the fragile thematic with the crystals. Kindred fits the mythical depictions on the teacups, similar to Aurelion here. And Ezreal fits the fact that Riot needs to make money. But this time around, besides Aurelion, people don't feel like anyone really fits. And out of all of these, everyone got annoyed by Irelia especially. Irelia tried not to have a skin with Chinese thematic, challenge impossible. Yeah, I will admit, this is a very common theme around Irelia, isn't it? But again, if the rumors are true, if Mythmaker Irelia was really the most sold skin in China, I know where this is coming from. That still doesn't help Irelia's skin diversity though. But Irelia was also caught in the crossfire for a totally different reason. See, in-game, the skin looks okay. But when it comes to her splash art, that does not look like Irelia. And Reddit got flooded with this opinion. And I understand where this is coming from. See, if you look at this piece of art on its own, it looks great. But it doesn't necessarily look like Irelia. And League of Memes had a lot of fun with that one. Come on, man. You see, honestly, this is nothing unusual. League has had the same face syndrome for many years now. And this issue gets brought up at least twice a year. With the main point being that pretty much every female champion and Ezreal has the same face. Now this on its own is a nightmare for any designer. But things get worse when every skin remodels that face. And now, with the faces of the champions, with the faces of all of their skins, you can play a game of guess who that champion actually is. If you ask me, not every skin has to have the same face as the original character. There are some skin lines which are transformative when it comes to the original champion. Think something like the Project skin line transforming their faces with high-end tech. Under those circumstances, it would make sense, same as turning a champion into a totally different being. But if you decide to release a skin for a human champion, where in that skin line they are still human, there is absolutely no reason to change their face, and all you are doing is confusing people, which is exactly what happened here. And that's why so many people have issues with this. Now, my issue with Irelia is that when I first saw her, I thought that was the lamp. I thought they decided to reveal her face again. Because yes, this was an issue Kindred had last time. Porcelain Kindred was just the lamb without being the lamb. I mean, when they did it with Spirit Blossom Kindred, things already were dicey. But Porcelain really just threw it off the cliff. And when I saw Irelia, I saw that she had the same horns which the lamb had in Spirit Blossom, and she was standing on one leg, which is very typical for Kindred. So it wasn't until I saw the blades that I realized that this was actually Irelia. The face gave me no hints at all. So yes, the same face syndrome rose up to the surface again, and it's only the beginning of the year, so I am expecting this issue to rise up once more this year. But you know what's even crazier than that? This is not even the biggest issue that rose up around this skin line. Same faces? Who really cares? It is just a splash art. You'll see it on the loading screen for 60 seconds and you'll never see it again. Unless you look at your portrait in the UI. What really matters for a skin is what it looks like in-game. That's where you will see your money actually being used. So if you are like really die-hard complaining about splash art, you might also be buying all the icons for RP, and you know what? That falls on your head. No, instead, the big issue these skins have are the sound effects. Now let me just give you a listen. There were so many reports from so many people talking about how they have issue with even hearing anything. That's either because they couldn't tell what's happening or because they became deaf. And you know what? I get that for some of these it makes sense. It is supposed to be a high-profile warning that you are supposed to get out of Miss Fortune's ultimate. But after hearing it, not only am I getting out of that ultimate, I am getting out of that game. And we got some reports that things got especially bad for people who have some form of hearing impairment. If you have sensitive ears, the game is actually unplayable. Now, Riot does have some systems in League which dynamically changes the volume of spells, so that if a teamfight happens, your ears don't get automatically blown out. The system should pick up what are the most important spells and bring them up. But you know what that means? If you are playing a champion with a high priority ultimate that also has this skin, and this issue is somehow spread across literally every skin in the skin line. And that's because for the sound effects they are using the high frequency ringing of porcelain teacups, sprinkled with a little bit of low humming magic. Now if you isolate it, it sounds amazing. There is some serious sound engineering that went into this. But it is just unfortunate that you'll have to listen to this all game. So yes, that is the big funny thing that is currently crippling the newest skin line, and we'll see if Riot decides to do anything about it. Speaking of which, thankfully, there is one more thing which Riot actually fixed with the Porcelain skin line. As I mentioned, last time, Porcelains already had a bit of drama. And I'm not talking about Ezreal getting another legendary skin. It is the fact that all the Kindred mains really hated the fact that Lamb was now a human. Suddenly, it didn't feel like Kindred, and that's why the skin didn't do as well. So now, this year, when it comes to the Prestige skin, Kindred got it. And the Lamb once again became a lamb. And so now your problems can go away too for the low price of 125 Mythic Essence.
Okay, I don't know how much that is in dollars. Okay, let me see if there's anything fun to watch. I wanted to play a little bit of League of Legends, but I'm literally falling asleep here. Pentakill.
No, it's fine. I'm okay.
You could kill me for messing up.
No way.
Oh my lord!
Háka megnyert a meccset.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Well fucking played from Blitzcrank, honestly. He hooks me right off the wall. Omega lul.
Come top again, Vi. See if I don't pull up your skirt, caress your thigh. I heard you like women and not a guy. I don't know what the fuck are you saying? Stop talking! Right, and what I'm gonna do here is... and then insta R out and I'm fine. And just like that, we need to do stuff like this, perform miracles in order to win. Easiest bait of my life. And we get a free kill on Master E, and I got my Dark Seal completely stacked now. Absolutely amazing.
I see no reason to do
It's because I don't have enough resources here. Kha'Zix might be here still, so... yeah, Kha'Zix is here, definitely. Look at him. Look at this guy. I'm gonna have to stay in the minion wave. Oh, and Morgana too. Damn. Oof, bomba.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. No, I'm gonna die. Oh, never mind. Jeez. Your bomber clap bright youth.
Sparks ready! Sparks ready! Sparks ready! Oh my god! Give me that! Bonk! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my god!
No way!
Wait, what is Jungle Pet doing? Hello? Jungle Pet? What is Jungle Pet doing on mid lane? He's just pushing! Oh, never mind.
Your tormentors are cold, but my hatred seethes.
Ooh.
Oh my god! Like, what's head waiting for? There we go. Oh my god, you see the roll value that fight? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Boom. Bomber clot. Yo. Good day. The whole of them dead. The whole of them dead.
Lol.
Coming, Gragas.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
My destiny.
Thank you so much.
Wait, your health regen. Your health regen.
Found an enemy does it.
He got slowed by the sapling. Watch another one. Here, have another one.
No! Are you Riot Games? Why do you always do this to me? First the fucking brand Q and now this? What the fuck, Riot Games? Where is she aiming? Where is she aiming? What is this, dude? What the fuck? It's flying past me. How does it touch me? My fucking hand? My little finger or what? How does it touch me? Bro, man. Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh, I love you, MF. My name is Bob.
Stealing Dragon. That's what I'm gonna name him. Give me that! Anywho, moving on.
Karma's got a thing for me.
Now, how base was that? I don't know about that flash though. Oh no, it's fine. He's gonna be right here. Oh
Damn.
my! Am I just the GOAT or not? I am the GOAT. I am him. I am him. This is not gonna kill me.
Is this actually him?
As soon as my recall goes off, we TP. TP here. Go for Anivia first, no flash. So fucking man!
Their weapons are great, but our will is greater.
I'm crazy OP. Oh, I need a minion wave. Okay, big.
What the fuck?
Holy.
Nah, it's a called a wombo combo. Have you heard of it? I don't die.
The world won't save itself, you know.
Holy bro!
Oh wow.
Gonage. Oh non, Romain, nice.
Pardon.
STP.
Okay.
I'm going, I'm coming.
Easy!
Oh my god, I'm crazy. I'm so good at this.
Shut down. Double kill.
How about, have you guys ever realized the reason why I'm mean back is because you guys are mean to me? Oh, he mad. Oh, he mad too? Oh, they're mad!
I feel like I'm not even asking for a lot, you know? It's like the bare minimum. Press R.
What is this, bro? Like,
Because like you die so easily. Ooh, I predicted. Hey, let's go. Hey boy, don't bomb clat run, you're dead. Go run. Alright. Alright. What? How do I not get affected here? Right. You're surely me.
Okay. Smolder. 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 Smolder.
Has been destroyed. Every stone needs a different story.
He did.
I knew that if she had flash, I died, but it's like, I don't even know if it's that worth for her not to have flash for next fight.
She's getting the triple.
Okay, what? Is it?
Pode ser o X1 aí, cuzão. Toma seu X1 aí, cuzão.
_ Figueiredo 015. Sede.
As long as she goes in on that side, she can't.
LOL.
We can actually.
Okay, last one.
You greasy bitch, I'll tell you next time, brother.
Idiot Belwef.
Build. Oh. Okay.
This movement is pretty sus.
No, gana por bien. Seguro que lo ganamos. Vamos, guacho, viene ahí. Vamos.
Oh my god, I almost got the sickest 1v3.
Okay, I'll distract them. Distraction complete. Let's go.
Kill them all?
Oh.
There's no way you would do this to me, right? Okay.
Can I get this plate, man? No, I can't. No TPJs. Am I okay? Monkeys! Monkey! Right.
We use it, instantly we get killed. And look, now that I have wards, look what I can do. It's crazy. Okay.
Want mommed?
Eblan. Opa, bomba.
I think you guys are a bit too deep. Oh no!
Why APGP? Because their 80 carries 8-0. 9-0.
What am I playing versus? Jesus.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
Wow.
If he doesn't know what's up, this might be killable. I'm ghosting. That's a fast hamster. He's 1 HP, just chilling in stealth, enjoying life. He flashed. Now he's in this other bush. This is so ridiculous. Like, what is that champion, dude? Like, on a serious note. What the hell is Teemo? Over here. Man, this is so stupid. Like, he's just sitting here with 1 HP. Thank you.
350 LP today.
Oh, I saw this. He lost this.
Hey, someone else do it. I gotta take the mail out. I got things to do.
Nah, fucking Ash, man. Good. Oh, I'm alive. Oh my god. FF, pá.
The man put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, and now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh.
He said what?
Mama, ooh.
Let me watch a Valorant video.
Use code jarso.com.
Oh, they're coming into
Tenzin Zekin, who
you know who.
set up for us. Smoke's going to go up. Paranoia's going to go through as well. This could be a clash here.
Let's see who gets the drop on him, actually.
That's tragic.
It's going to be Heretics draw first. Blood
Double
with
kill.
Tens answers back. And perfectly
Oh! He's moving! He's moving!
Okay, ace it first round. Missed you.
Oh!
Ace, I'm down. Sensor, I changed my prediction. Sensor.
Bro, that is insane. Bro, that was insane. Bro, that was insane. Bro, that was insane.
Off rip.
You have to buy the bundle now.
Dude, see the movement on this gun too.
None of that bro, that was actually insane though.
Swings onto Benji, just catches him sleeping.
Oh wait, Tyson's yelling? Okay.
Wait, he's hyped.
Pressure's on EDG on the way back through, and it's off EDG just that quickly. Khan, I don't know where this guy was the last two maps, but he certainly turned up today. 3 kills already, and well, it doesn't look too good for PaperX. You might think this is an eagle, but it's not. The weaker weapon of Forsaken, good for 2. Maybe more to be found, but nobody low. He's 9.
Wait, I win this. Oh my god. Got the 1v5.
To put in the first round on the board for PaperX.
Thought he was me.
120 jet. Nice.
Foco aqui. Pode passar.
Cuidado, vai ter uma marcante aí.
Boa.
Vai apertar lá.
Boa.
Boa. Caralho!
Basically tem a lot.
Nice. They're standing.
I'm a good shot.
Okay.
Hopping.
One enemy remaining.
And 4.
Hey.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Alright.
You are too kind.
Still nothing. My ult's ready. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Hey. 여기 조심해.
잘 안 보일 거다. 레이즈 처치.
Where?
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 에이. 머리 숙여. 셋. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 시야 차단. 대단해. 우후! 빠밤 빠밤.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Above you with that was grab. Yeah, here we go. Right click. Yo, I genuinely don't know what has happened. What the fuck happened? Wait, I was literally just Thanos. What happened? Oh my god, what happened to me?
Não dou dicas de jogo, rapaziada. Tem dica. What the fuck?
You shocked me?
Here, wait, I'm gonna shoot the girl when I took my cam and he's gonna look.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Yeah, tell me when, tell me when.
Okay.
Just call him back.
No.
Going. Go!
You're alone.
Yeah, I know. They're gonna come into you.
In the same spot, he paranoid from just moments ago.
You could do it. You could do it. Never mind. He's shooting like fucking FNS.
Completely
What the hell is
left out.
I've seen Marcus win these before.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크 설치. 무결점 플레이.
Damn.
Look who's lurking, look who's lingering. His 10's
Am I-
but his 10's nonetheless.
No. Oh shit.
Wait,
they're going the other way, no? No, they're going broken.
Here comes the exit. How much value does Zelsus get?
His mouse. Hey, yo,
Matt
It's either
Alright,
that or
tech pause,
he needs
tech
to
pause, tech pause.
Sit here and be played. Mini boots all the way,
There might be
ramping
some
back
crumbs
from
on
A
the
site.
outside.
No,
but you saw that. You saw that, John, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that has to be talked about. Please talk about it now. Talk about it now. Talk about it. Say something. Address it. Address it, please.
Oh. He's... Fripp.
Yeah, I've actually never seen Fripp on these though. It's the crazy part.
Wait, are we win trading?
This guy is genuinely hysterical watching this guy's gameplay. Wait, then why does this guy play like this? What is happening? Wait, you are actually onto something. What is he cooking up right now,
30
Chad?
seconds left.
Holy f. He's cooking something up.
What
Yo,
is happening?
replay
Wait,
it.
Yo, wait, tap it again and do it again. You gotta do it again.
No, this cannot be real.
Oh my god.
Oh, yo.
No, not for the C plant. They could be C.
Bro, let him handle it.
Oh!
Here's where we're gonna get to
Anaconda Silva here.
Oh!
Wait.
Whoa.
This is
Wait a minute. Grimwall? They're looking at
my
Grimwall.
god. Don't have much of a
Shit,
chance
that's
today. Expect this one. I will
insane.
be
Insane wall.
flabbergasted. A free kill for sure. Maybe even a second now. They know his tricks. It's time to fade down.
Wow.
Oh, they're gonna have to look for that.
Should've
That
saved
was
that for
way
the
too
finals.
nerdy, no?
What do you think Shroud would say now that you're signed?
Hold down.
Dude, someone should buy the EG bundle.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Where the fuck is he?
108.
Bro.
30 seconds left.
Oh hell no.
One bullet, man! One bullet!
Go, 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 go. I must wait a moment.
It's winnable, man. Oh, he's on his phone, dude.
Yo.
On the right, on the right.
Flashing right.
On the left, left and right, left and right.
Are you kidding me right now?
Third map
To a T.
Absolutely.
I see what you're doing.
now.
Wait, yo. Minus
Is that
5k?
fine?
Minus 5k, minus 5k.
Minus 5K.
Minus 5k, I don't care. We don't make the rules, we just follow them. We don't make the rules, we just follow them.
I just knew he was there, right? So like. I can just echolocation with the aim I have. Echolocate. Okay, this game is too easy, bro. This game is too easy.
Last player standing.
Goodbye. Cage trigger.
One enemy remaining.
This is no problem.
Nice try.
Like they lose B main. Yeah, they lose B main control. They kind of have
Take
like.
it back.
Yeah. Or else they're just. Yeah. You have to do shit like that. Oh, yo, come on.
Oh, not another one.
What? This guy is insane.
This is a 94. Where's that? One more.
Smoke's down.
No, no.
Oh my god, that was disgusting.
Oh.
That was actually disgusting.
That's not ready.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You're welcome. You're welcome for my content.
Hear of this? Surely not. And Boo's left on his own on site.
Raise rocket, Zach. Raise rocket.
Now they know. You've heard the show start.
Wait!
No! Not like this! Not like this at all! It's done on 2v2 and you know you're shaking Celsius. Can you make up for it? It's Boo on the other side now in a 1v2, 59 seconds. Can he play it?
Thank God. Thank God.
Oh
my God. Oh my fucking God. No, bro. No. That would have been. That would have been so.
Sentinels.
Thank God.
Enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. What HP is this? I'll handle this. Back soon.
Raise tag in the middle,
Down.
bro. Kill him. What the fuck are you leering for?
Dude, the Reyna flash is
my
garbage.
god, Pinky, you're not a real Reyna player.
Reyna flash is bad.
You're not a Reyna player. Reyna player is
No, I think my flash
Double drone mid.
One more call, yeah.
Oh my god, I'm insane.
One enemy remaining.
What the fuck are these kids doing, bro? Dude, they push everywhere. I give it. Silent. 10 gifted. Make it 20. 45.
I put 10 in.
3 gone. Oh my gosh.
20 gifted.
Wait, he actually
Oh my god. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
360, 720, 1080p, 1440. No scope. Yeah. Yeah.
Worse.
They did a sentry, bro. Oh my god, they won.
Enemy remaining.
G fucking. He's ramps or whatever the fuck.
Oh. Damn, you're nasty. Go for the ace. Go for the ace. Get it.
Just play, let's play.
Cross, tether. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah.
What? One enemy remaining.
Yo, drop me and follow.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Yo, just relax.
Nice! Oh my!
Senna, man, thank you for the prime. No, don't put it down, bro. Come back and bring it up.
No, wait, I got knifed, bro. Chill.
Bro, their KJ is AFK. I'm fucking mad, bro. I'm actually so mad.
Nice. Okay. Alright, let's stream right here. Alright. Peace.